Greetings, sentient beings. This broadcast is not intended for children. There will be strong language and adult themes.
But we're only allowed to be here if we're sentient? We're only allowed to be here if we're sentient? Ah, shit. No, there goes my evening.
No, I keep telling people if it doesn't apply to you, just ignore it.
Now, Stool appears to have mowed.
Yeah, I heard about that.
The chin pubes.
I heard about that on the sofa earlier.
I never move. This is a bad rumor. Stop it.
I didn't say move. I said mowed, as in mowing the lawn. You mowed your face.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah.
And you're also extraordinarily quiet.
Oh, am I? Oh shit.
Yep. Your microphone volume's low.
StreamYards. Fucking. Oh jeez.
Let me grab some coffee.
Unfortunately, that's one thing about StreamYards. I can't adjust anybody's volume on my end. It doesn't have any capabilities for that.
I'm so pissed off with this.
Someone's not happy. But so what have people been up to?
What?
Yeah, not really a whole lot.
I suppose that's probably because we all have to stay in, isn't it?
Yep. Also not having a workshop.
Well, I've been playing a lot of that Among Us game, and that's pretty fun. I actually played it on Surus's channel earlier tonight. And also, well, I put out that little announcement at the end of my video yesterday. So there's that.
Yep.
I'm assuming people know.
Yep.
That one?
That one. Yeah, I finally made a decision. I don't know that I'm going to implement it right away, maybe a month or two, because I have some prep work to do. But yeah.
I mean, I'm going to tune in no matter what you do because, well, within reason, okay?
Yeah. I will hold off on filming the. No, you know what? I'm not going to say that. It's probably ban-worthy. Never mind. I came up with one of the sickest, like, most disgusting, horrible, oh my gosh, I don't want to know you anymore, like, replies to that. And I decided, no.
Okay.
So we've got Doc Fearsome and Native Atheist in the side chat.
Yeah.
Hi, kids.
I think Doc's working tonight, so he can't come in here.
Oh, I see what you mean. Okay. Sorry, I thought never mind. I misunderstood.
Bibble, squirrel, 2-3. Bibble, 2-3.
Bibble?
Oh, fuck.
Oh,
I hate
my.
Windows so much.
And still no coelacanth behind Diana there.
What is that song that's from the Disney full feature-length card? Is it Bibbledy Bobbledy Boo or something?
Bibbidi Bobbidi.
Yeah, okay, there it is. Okay.
And I hate that I know that. Well, I mean, you know my feelings on musicals.
Yeah,
I do.
It's a Disney classic.
Yeah.
It's a total classic.
So many Disney classics are racist as fuck.
Yep.
Everybody who's a grown-up knows the songs, knows the words.
And we have Susan Skeptics and Amiga Nuts. Yay, Amiga Nuts is here.
Yay, Amiga, sweetie.
Always good to have Amiga Nuts about.
Yeah, self-shilling's a lot more difficult, and I lose track of the conversation at times.
Well, that's all right. There's plenty enough people to take up the slack if we gotta.
I say if we gotta. Yeah, and I lose track of the conversation when I'm in the middle of it. You know that, Kate.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know if you guys watched that stream I was in earlier today, but I was asked questions about current politics, and I kind of went off on a rant. And by the end of it, I'd completely forgotten what the question was.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and so I just did the sort of
went off on a rant?
I don't know business, where you just flop into the chair and go, I don't know.
It certainly does not sound like you to go off on a rant, Kate. That sounds
Not at all.
like you.
She never would. No.
No,
Absolutely not.
that's not
Certainly
me.
not about politics. No.
Yeah, it's better. Actually, using both monitors here for once. No, honey, please do not tear my chair apart.
It's fine. I've got 3 monitors, and unfortunately, Among Us does not have its own custom mouse cursor, and mine is extraordinarily small and easy to lose, especially since I have 3 screens. So if I swipe it too far, I don't know which screen it's on.
Okay.
And so there have been a bunch of times where I'm like, ah, shit, dead body, I got to report it, ah, shit. And then the next thing I know, someone's accusing me because I couldn't find my mouse pointer in time.
So what are we thinking about this game? Are we?
Yeah, I
enjoying
have
it,
problems with
or
that
do we
game.
think it's shit?
For some reason, the controls aren't working very well for me.
Hmm.
That one of the options is supposed to be mouse and keyboard, and for me, it's mouse or keyboard. I can use one or the other. I can't use both of them.
Are you sure?
Yep.
Huh. Weird. What way?
Yeah.
didn't
So
play on
since I have
PC
problems
then.
with the controls, people keep voting me as being suspect because they think I'm not actually doing anything and just playing around and wasting time.
Yeah. No, I get that.
If you play it on Steam on your computer, it is quite difficult, to be honest, because the key maps are weird.
Hey.
The Australians.
Do I know
here.
you? Have I
damn.
seen you anywhere before? I don't know.
No.
I don't know. I'm pretty obscure.
Okay, just checking.
Just checking.
Sorry, Stu, what was that you were saying?
Stool, you're clipping like crazy.
I don't know what's
Might wanna-
happening.
No, I can hear him just fine. It's just, he was in the middle of a sentence and Jen came in.
Yeah, that's not my fault. That's when Pet brought me in.
Of course, I'm not blaming you. I'm just saying I don't know what the hell he was on about, and I want to hear the end of the sentence.
I'll
This
mute
is
myself.
why-
How's that?
This is why I find it very difficult when you're doing a stream where I can hear music. Who is that?
I hear music in the background somewhere.
Who's doing the
You
music?
know what? I forgot to turn off the laptop that's in my bedroom. I shall do that presently. Yay.
Okay.
Yeah. Well,
I'll bite my tongue and not get angry. I do find it quite difficult, and no offense to Jen's little corner, but we have this difficulty with time zones, etc. And you guys are always getting pissed.
There we go.
My midnight, your midday, and it kind of it fucks the life up.
My.
It's very difficult, but I did enjoy the first. I've got to be honest. I only watched the first half hour of your latest show, the thing about words.
Sorry about that, kids.
Yeah.
I did enjoy
had
that
that
actually. I thought it
I
was
had
very,
Become very political at the end, and Julie and I went off on a side track that sort of ended up being a discussion just between Julie and I.
I only watched the first 15 minutes, but I kind of enjoyed it. I think that was a good thing that you've done, and you're now going to kick me in the balls, okay? The other thing that you do, that other show
Which
that you
bit?
do.
Oh,
other
the
show
news
that
one.
you do. Yeah, that's shit. But
hey, I enjoy it.
really,
I
that's
enjoyed
really shit.
doing it, but I don't think the news show works properly as a live stream. That's my problem with it. I think it's something that needs to be pre-recorded and cut down so that it's focused. Whereas when you're talking about words, you can sidetrack and it doesn't really matter. So I think it's a better format as a live show, and the other one's better as a pre-record.
I should try the
But
words
here's-
show because I love language.
should.
It's a lot of fun. Just let me know when it is.
Yeah.
Well,
Here's the
I
thing,
did
I'm
one
not-
that would
I'm
suit
not
American people, but
criticising
apparently you were drunk.
I'm
Oh,
not
that.
criticising
Yeah.
you
Well,
in
that's
order
because of
to be a
the
bad
stream I was
person.
on earlier today. That
Jesus,
stream
shut
was all about
Kate up.
alcohol.
Sorry.
Everybody can take turns. It's not a problem.
I was
This is
replying to
going
what
really
Jen
wrong.
said.
Yeah.
Is there a weird delay going on that I'm not aware of?
Well, you're also extraordinarily quiet, so it's really easy to not even know we're talking over you.
What the fuck is going on?
I
don't know either, but there is a delay still because there's a fraction of a second delay, especially with me being in Australia to you guys. So sometimes it's hard to tell, and I cop it back from you guys. So sometimes it's hard to tell when there's an actual gap in what people are saying, and there isn't.
Oh, you're
So
doing science now, aren't you? So are you saying that there's a
No,
delay
well, yes,
between
it is science.
Australia and the UK?
There's a delay. Well, we're the other side of the planet, so there's quite a few milliseconds extra delay, and that actually causes it. Like I will think there's a delay, start talking, but the delay then back to you is enough that that messes it up, and we end up talking over each other. It's actually quite frustrating, and you might not cop it all the time as much because you're mostly interacting from the UK with the UK people or with people in the US where the delay is less. But I get it all the time, and yeah.
That was the most patronising explanation I've ever heard ever. So,
Jen,
it came off very patronising, and I apologise.
But the thing is, I mean,
Okay.
you said that you're on the other side of the world. Now, I'm going to assume you mean that you're on the other edge of the disc, the opposite edge of the disc. 'Cause clearly,
Right.
No, Australia is on the bottom side of the flat Earth disk.
That's
We've
why
all
we
got
think it's
Velcro shoes.
mythical.
That's why we don't fall off.
I thought it was all Velcro on your shoes.
Yeah, that's what I just said. We've got Velcro shoes. Yeah.
Okay, I didn't quite hear you right there. Yep.
if you can hear me, the original point was, and I'm basically licking my fucking muff here. If you can hear me, the word thing that you were doing, Jen, was really good. I enjoyed that. That was kind of interesting and fun. That I could get into that. It was very good. Not like the other show that you do, because that's really fucking shit. Stop doing that.
I'm not going to stop doing it, but it is going to change. I don't like it as a live show. I agree with you. It doesn't work as a live show. It needs to be pre-recorded, and the original plan was to be pre-recorded with teams and actually score it, which would be much more fun.
Before the other people in this chat give me an absolute kick in the balls, because they will do, I'll get in a lot of trouble.
I'm agreeing with you.
I know, but these fuckers will twat me.
No,
so
nobody's getting on you about it.
Okay, I'm just making sure. I do get scared.
No, I'd much rather do the word one. I think it works better as a live stream. It doesn't matter if you go off topic, and it's just easier to manage as a show than the other one. So it's why I've sort of gravitated in that direction. But I want to show that it has a tie-in together thing for us to have, basically sit down and have a chat. And that works well as that. So I like that.
Okay. I will now stop speaking very loudly into my big muff.
Oh, okay.
And what you were saying before, if I was flexible enough, I'd lick my muff too.
You know, the thing is that you are overloading your mic somehow.
Time out.
Oh, that's what I was trying to tell him earlier. That he's clipping like crazy. Do you
Right.
Is that what you meant
down,
by clipping? By clipping, I thought you meant he was cutting in and out internet-wise.
No, he's not. He's junk shopping.
No, he's overloading his mic is what he's doing, but it's still quiet, which I find very strange.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you, Kate? I'm listening to you now. Can you tell me what you're hearing, please?
Yeah. I mean, it sounds like you, and it sounds like your voice. You know, when you talk too loud into a microphone and the speakers can't handle it, it sounds like that. But for some reason, it's extraordinarily quiet, which makes no sense at all.
Okay. Thank you, Kate.
Sure.
Thank you. That's helpful. I'm going to mute myself. You guys carry on.
Okay.
I shall now do science.
Well, that sounds like fun. Let's do science.
I'm making a note here. Huge success. Anyway.
I don't even... You've not won.
I didn't say I did. It's
just
a
had success.
song from Portal. I don't think I was mocking you.
Yet.
Well, yeah, yet.
It's Kate we're talking about. It'll get to mocking eventually.
Well,
Yeah.
only because Stool earns it.
Okay, and we have Brian Stevens and Crimson now. I think this is the first time Crimson's been in my chat.
Hi,
I just realized
Crimson.
I hadn't
Hi,
liked the stream
Brian.
yet. Have now.
Okay, I'm starting to
Hurry up
wonder
and like
if
the
there's more
stream,
than one
everyone.
person
This-
named Crimson, or someone who has Crimson as part of their name, and there's more. Because I swear I know someone who's either something Crimson or Crimson something, and I don't know if this is the same person.
Crimson and Clover?
No,
Over and over?
no. I mean, I
No?
like that song, but no.
Okay. Well,
I thought you were going to roll me
Right.
over in the clover, but
we'll discuss that later.
I'm
At
trying to
length.
remember now, because I think the version of Crimson and Clover I like is a cover. In fact, I think it might be Joan Jett of all people.
Okay.
Susan's asking
only,
if you're thinking of the Crimson Chin.
I know only
I
one
don't
cover
know.
of Crimson and Clover, and I cannot for the life of me remember who did it.
Let's see.
But of course, the one I remember is Tommy James.
Right, but that's before my time.
Mm.
Let's see. Yeah, here we go. Joan Jett.
Okay.
oh,
So, yeah, and I love her. She's awesome. So,
it's going back a bit too.
Well, yes, but I'm an 80s kid. She's like
Yeah, so am
prominent
I.
in the 80s. Well, never mind. It doesn't matter. I mean, yeah.
It's still going back a bit. I mean, I like 70s music too, though. So
Really? Not my thing.
yeah,
No. I love the
Plink,
80s and I
plink.
love pop punk from the 90s, and that's it.
Plink,
Well,
plink,
and
come on,
soundtracks.
plink,
Movie-
Pink
plink.
movies
Floyd,
I
Queen.
love- Nah, I don't get why people love Queen so much. I mean, the songs are
Freddie
okay, I
Mercury?
guess.
My
I don't get it. I really don't.
just killed a man.
But,
Put
I
a gun
mean,
against his head.
the only reason I even know that song is because of Wayne's World.
Oh, well, you're just not culturally relevant.
Well,
then.
Oh, I am. So it's just I happen to have good culture rather than,
I think the reason
Yeah.
Queen was so popular was that they were blending the sounds from a bunch of different genres together.
And Freddie Mercury, obviously.
For me, that's actually a bit of a turnoff, mixing genres that hard.
I'll tell you something. One of the sexiest things ever. I'm assuming you can hear me. I've just
Yep.
fiddled. You can hear me. Okay. So one of the sexiest things ever that you can ever experience if you like Queen, and let's face it, most of us love Queen except for Kate because she's a dick. But when you've got the original, 24 fucking tracks of Bohemian Rhapsody that you can play with by yourself, that's fucking sex. Trust me, it really is.
See, I think I prefer Bohemian Polka.
Yeah, you're boring. Fuck off.
The Weird Al version. Come on.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
I don't know. It's not my kind of music, I guess.
There are so many songs that I'm so used to the Weird Al versions, I can't hear the originals right anymore.
I've
Like
try
Amy
to
in
sing along
Paradise?
with them and get the lyrics wrong.
It has to be said that Bohemian Rhapsody is a classic, despite
It is.
what Kate says.
Oh, hush
But
you.
we all know that the Wayne's World version is, yeah,
It's yeah.
it's just yeah.
Okay.
Well, it was so good they copied it in that 70s show.
Yeah.
See, there's another one
So
I
it's-
avoided.
So they basically did Wayne's World on that 70s show with them singing the song along to the song in the car. So
See, I really liked the Goldbergs because it was set, in the 80s rather than that 70s show. For obvious reasons, I wasn't a fan. As far as I'm concerned, there are only two good things that came out of the 70s, Star Wars and me.
ooh,
Yeah. Ooh. Star Wars, yeah, but
Oh, hush you.
I do have to say, yeah, the 70s was kind of lacking as far as any cultural references go.
Well, that and bell bottoms, disco, and the Vietnam War. Blah.
Okay, I'll grant you bell bottoms and disco were two of the lowlights of the 70s. But some of the disco music actually wasn't that bad. I mean,
the hell you say?
I'm just going to get so in trouble. I'm keeping quiet. Okay.
Okay. Sure.
I'm just not
then
going
you
to go
didn't
there.
need to say that at all, did you?
Because I know what I know.
what about the village people?
Oh, go die in a fire. Ew. I'm sorry, that's some of the worst music I've ever heard.
But the hilarious thing is about the village people that the Trump people are now.
Oh, yeah.
They're now singing that song at the end of his Klan rallies.
Well,
That's
did you hear
hilarious.
Trump come out where he's saying, I would totally kiss that guy over there? I mean, seriously, Trump apparently is bisexual as hell because he's saying he'll kiss everybody in the audience. And he, like, one of his performances is like, oh, look at how handsome this guy is here. I'd kiss him. I wouldn't enjoy it, but I'd kiss him. I was like, wow, Trump has really, really gone off the cliff, hasn't he?
Well, I have to wonder how much of that is steroids. I really do. I'm being serious here.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure he's on something.
Yeah, it's that COVID treatment and everything else that he's on. I'm wondering how badly that's
they were
screwing with his
saying
brain.
when he was in the hospital, they were saying they were giving him horse steroids.
Oh, yeah, and there was that other thing he was taking that was made out of aborted fetuses.
Oh yeah, wasn't that great?
Yeah, and but the thing is,
we
I
already
wouldn't
knew
have
he was
thought
a hypocrite.
I wouldn't have thought that steroids would do that to the person. I would have thought opiates, like for pain or something. Yeah, or freaking heroin that they give.
Depends what the steroids. Depends what form of steroid it is.
Yeah, and I don't know
that.
the mechanism of action, but I have seen some papers indicating that there is steroid-induced psychosis, which can be quite troublesome in some applications.
I mean, this is part of the problems that they have with male athletes who took large amounts of testosterone and steroids would actually form psychoses and not just violence from it, but actual psychoses and hallucinate. Well, not so much hallucinate, but imagine things that weren't real within their own relationships. It's why there's been quite
Barry Bonds. Yeah,
yeah. There've been quite a few cases of murders and things like that from people who'd taken copious amounts of steroids for weightlifting and fighting and things like that kind of sports.
I wonder then if like excessive amounts of testosterone explains all of those abusive boyfriends. Like maybe they just have too much male in them. I don't know.
Hey, I don't know. There could be
I
something
think the
to
jury
it.
is still out regarding to Trump because we're not going to know until the post-mortem. He's clearly drug-addled. That's obvious.
Oh, definitely.
To anybody. And I'm not a doctor, but it's very, very fucking obvious to me.
Whereas Biden's not drug-addled, he's just old.
Well, I can't believe that the electorate is willing to accept two apparently insane people as the candidates. I mean, because Biden is clearly senile.
Yeah. Well, this is
Here we go with the cat
This is what worries me. This is what scares me. Everything about this particular time in this particular part of the world. The Republic is falling apart. Okay, if it's not gone already, and the populace seems to be overjoyed about it.
Well, I'm not sure they're willing to acknowledge that's what's happening. Because you try to talk to people on the left about climate change, and they go, "Yeah, but Trump." I'm like, okay,
yeah, I know.
Eventually being dead is better than voting a third party, maybe like Green or some shit. The people who actually want to save us all. But,
Well,
you know,
yeah,
they can't seem
it
to
would
see
be
reason.
lovely to get a green candidate in, but we know it's not going to happen. So
No,
I'm
we
voting
don't
for
know
the
that.
candidate who is going to kill fewer people in the next
don't
4
know
years.
that, though. Imagine if everybody who claims that third party can't win decide to vote for it anyway. Imagine if all those people who feel like
Okay.
their party
Yeah,
has
except it's not
thrown
gonna
them
be
over
happening.
has thrown them under the bus and say, fuck it, I'll vote green instead. I imagine if we could get all of those people who are sick and tired of the status quo to actually do the smart thing.
Yeah.
Imagine what we could
Well,
do.
You're
Well, wait a
acting
minute
like
here.
this is an original idea. People have been voting
No.
third party for probably as long as we've had a country,
No,
but at least
no.
the last 50 years.
That's not what I said.
But I'm saying, yeah, I was voting third party in the 80s. It didn't get us anywhere then. It's not going to get us anywhere now. It's certainly not going to change this election next month.
Well,
And
maybe
here's
not.
the
But you
big-
know what? I mean, what are you supposed to do? You know, when the country basically hands you your hat and tells you to go away and then starts down this extraordinarily self-destructive path, what are you supposed to do?
You've got 2 insects running for president. You have to vote for the lesser of 2 weevils.
Oh, I am so going to hurt you. If I am ever physically in your presence, you won't leave it alive.
This is where Kate,
Well,
this is where
this is-
Kate totally gets naked and fights with Jen.
Who says I'm not naked now? You don't know.
You're never going to win with this one because Kate is very
Tenacious.
I admire her. That's a good word, actually, Kate. Your tenacity, I admire, and you've got strong opinions, and I admire that. I really do. And you want something, and you want it to happen, and that's a good thing. And I actually agree with all the things that you want to make happen. I think most of us probably agree with you.
Oh, of course we do.
But
Well, then
I do to some extent.
But
The thing is
there
this:
is a but.
that
let him finish.
Yeah, let me finish, as my wife used to say.
okay.
You're kind of thinking about this wrong because this is not normal times. So your goals, your things that you want for life are totally admirable. I'm completely with you. I think we all are. But these are not normal times.
I don't care. We need this stuff now. I mean, right the hell now. We are in a time crunch here.
Gonna get them now.
Well, then we're all gonna
them
fucking
now.
die, dude. I mean, if we don't get them now, Biden's plan is to try to get to clean energy, completely clean by 2050. That is
Too long.
not in time. And the fact is that if you try to talk to people on the left about that, all they can say is, but Trump. And the point, and the thing is, if you look at the politics right now, it really is still business as usual. It is, because there's always some existential threat preventing us from doing the right thing now. It's always, oh, we'll get to it next time. You know, and it's like, okay, when the hell is next time? Because it never seems to work. It never seems to be the time to take this bold, sweeping action. When are people going to get their heads out of their asses?
Well, the action to take is another thing entirely, too. As I responded to Biden earlier, yesterday, I guess it would be now, where he was going on about how do I protect the rights of LGBT people? I changed the law, and it's like, hey, you cannot do a thing by yourself, and I'm going to apply that to the entirety of the presidential voting. You vote green. That green president can't do shit by herself, himself, itself, whatever the hell it is.
Howie Hawkins.
Okay. The problem, you've got to change it all. And unfortunately, it's not going to change.
Well, I mean, you look at Obama, he had a supermajority and did jack shit and kept going on about bipartisanship. You know what? I mean, because Joe Biden on Twitter was going on about bipartisanship. And I said, no, Joe, bipartisanship is not what we need. Right now, we need change, even if people object to it. Okay? Get your head out of your ass, stiffen up that spine, put on your big boy panties and do it.
Oh, I'm with you on that one.
You want me to put his depends on, do you?
Yeah, there's
Well,
no chance of bipartisanship. Well, both sides are extreme. You've got the fascists who are extreme, absolutely extreme. You've got the corporatists who are absolutely extreme, and ne'er the twain shall meet.
And all of them want the status quo to remain, for the most part. They did. Like, I mean, remember when Biden said nothing will fundamentally change?
I do remember that.
To
Yes,
billionaires.
I do.
I hate that man so much, and I hate Trump too. And people don't seem to get that. You know, you tell them I fucking hate Biden, they go, "Oh, so you like Trump, do you?" No, I fucking hate Trump too. Oh, who are you voting for? I'm gonna vote green. Oh, so you're wasting your vote and you're voting for Trump, huh? I'm sorry, but the next person who says that to me is getting punched in the eye.
Can I watch?
Sure.
Oh, it will be me. She will punch me in the eye.
Okay, then.
I'm just saying.
Line up for your tickets, kids.
Okay.
To be punched in the eye or to watch?
Can I?
Yes.
I'll pay for it. To be honest, I'm so bored.
Well,
You
and
know,
what you
Haley-
say about maintaining the status quo was correct, and that's why the DNC would not take Bernie. Because they were afraid on some critical piece of legislature he might do the right thing instead of towing the party line.
Well, the problem with that, though, is the voters went along with it. I mean, they didn't have to. They didn't have to. They were like frightened into it. They were scared into it. They were like their fears were played upon, and it worked.
Indeed.
And like I'm sick and tired of the friggin' proles being so gullible.
Well, this unfortunately is what we have to live. This is the human condition. I mean, this is why we have religion as well. It's the lizard brain that you can manipulate so easily. I do not know how to fix that. I don't know if it can be fixed. Any suggestions out there? I'm all ears. Really, I am.
Compulsory voting would help in your country a heap.
I would really like to give a suggestion.
Whoa, okay.
But apparently you
What was
can't
that,
hear
Jen?
me.
No, let's still go.
Okay.
Well, the Australian person can hear me. Thank you.
Yeah, I heard you.
I heard you too. I had things to say.
These Americans are so rude, Jens. They're just so rude.
Get on with it.
Yeah, maybe
Here's
we
the
just
thing.
don't like you.
Look, here's the thing. It's happening. It's going to happen in like 20 days. There is no point whatsoever us getting arguey about it. It's going to happen. So let's talk about better things. Just for once.
Okay,
Yeah, I'll go
but I
with
still
that.
had stuff I wanted to say. Like, for example, I'm still holding out hope that all those anti-maskers are going to end up committing suicide by virus, thus giving us a lot more power.
I actually went to town today.
Kind of nice, really.
You went to town still?
Yeah. Oh, thanks. I keep calling you Aunt Joe. I'm really sorry. I'm very sorry.
I'm not Aunt Joe. I'm Auntie Jen.
I don't actually know your real name. I'm very sorry.
Jenny.
But,
Jen is my real name. I'm Jenny. Yep.
Okay. And I do love your right bosom, to be honest. I'm just going to put that out there.
Oh, Lord.
I'm always very honest. I did actually, since the first time since March, I went to town, by which I mean town
To the
centre.
shops. Yeah.
Big town. And you'll be amazed by this, because I was amazed, and I was quite shocked that most of the people in my town, which is, I'm not going to bore you with the technical terms, because the UK is really fucked up now, but I would guesstimate that 80% of people were obeying the laws, masks and what have you, which was quite a thing for me to see, because when I go out of my local area, nobody does it. So a little bit of hope for humanity I saw today. I'm trying my best to change the topic.
I noticed. Where I am, I hardly ever see anyone wear a mask. But then again, in Western Australia, where I live, we haven't had a local case of COVID for 3 months. So,
Yeah.
I'm not going to bore you people with UK stuff because I know
Too
you
late.
don't give a shit. But
When I go
found it
out,
very-
about 1/3 of the people don't wear masks, which coincidentally is about the same number of people that support Trump in all the polls.
And it's something like that. Yeah, it's
I
beautiful.
found it very interesting because I will not tell you the story, but I had to go out to. I've walked about 25 miles today. I'm not happy about this. I had to go to Asda. That's, you know what that is. And
Asda's the cheaper form of Waitrose, isn't it?
No. Asda is very posh.
Oh, Asda's the
is-
posh one.
It's a little bit fuzzed out. Are you saying Ulster with an L?
Asda is very. I hate
Asda.
you. Asda is very posh, and I
Oh,
went there.
Asda.
It's a shopping center. Think Publix, but upper class.
Oh.
It's like a
Okay.
massive superstore. I don't know what the
Yeah.
equivalent American thing would be, but I went there.
Yeah, the Publix.
Not by choice. And there was a lady. I'm not being sexist, but there was a lady stood there, and she was squirting people. Okay, I should not have said that. She was squirting people, and she was offering free face masks. Because that's what you do in a shop. And I stood behind people who said no.
Why would you say no? In the environment you got, because I mean, in some areas of the UK, it's not much better than it is in the US. But,
so I'm led to understand that. Yeah.
So why would people say no? It's a bit different here because where I am, we haven't had any cases, so there's not the risk of you catching it from somebody else. But when there was the risk, people were wearing masks. I wore a mask.
Yeah. I'm not really au fait with how many idiots you have in Australia.
Oh, lots.
But we've got that. The American thing has crossed over, and so we have idiots.
Yeah,
it amazes me.
I missed that. Say again.
Go on, Diana.
Oh, it amazes me though how many Americans use that word freedom to mean something quite different to what it actually means. They're using the word freedom, and what they really mean is they want to be 4-year-olds.
Well, yeah,
They want what they want.
I want what I want. I'm having it now. You can't take it from me.
Yeah, you got it right there.
It is. It's like a fucking hissy fit. It really, really is. It boggles the minds of Australians when we see it, because a great example is gun control. When Port Arthur massacre happened in Australia, which is still one of the worst, it's up there with some of the gun massacres you've had in the US, but it happened here. Our government bipartisanly said, right, this has to stop. Semi-automatic and fully automatic weapons, no more. You cannot have them without a special license, and you have to have a special reason for it. We are buying those guns back from you. They have to be handed in. Basically, that was what our federal government did. And the Australian public says, oh yeah, that's fine, that's fair.
One of the reasons
happens in the US, and you go, no, you cannot take my guns. No, we are realistic, and we look at it and go, fuck, this is good for us, we need to do this. And this is why when Corona hit and our federal government, the state governments did it, not the federal government. The state government said, right, we're going to quarantine the states off from each other. We are going to apply all these rules that you have to obey, and we are going to stop the spread of this thing. And it worked. The problem was in a couple of states, they backed off too quickly, and then we had the second wave sort of hit. But even our second wave was not as bad as it has been in other countries. We've still been able to get back on top of it, because as soon as the second wave hit, the states have gone, right, we locked down again.
Yeah.
Well,
and we're going to deal with it. So.
Like the right wing doesn't seem to have the for the greater good gear in their heads. They just don't.
Yeah.
And
right.
The left wing kind of does, as long as they're not the politicians, like the electorate does. But the politicians on the left, the nominal left, seem to be all about money and power and me the way the right wing is. So
Well, that's why nothing changes.
yeah.
Well, that's because your left isn't particularly left.
Yeah.
Most of them.
Bingo, bingo.
That's because
That's
our
the thing, though, the
Overton window
left
is so far off that we
politicians
just have
aren't.
a right and extreme right.
But I
Yeah,
really
more or
do
less,
hate
whereas
it
in
when I
Australia
see one
we
of those
have a-
memes that says like how Americans see themselves, and it's clearly the right wing, and it says and how they really look, still clearly the right wing, and then here's how they and all that shit. And I'm like, you realize that half of us despise them too, right?
Yeah.
It's not all Americans, but what you gonna do?
What really sticks in my mind is the interview in which Barack Obama laughingly said, Richard Nixon was more liberal than I am.
Ugh.
And he was
Yeah.
right.
And he
That's
says
because
that
that's
as
the
a
way
good
it's
thing.
changed.
I have learned to hate Obama in the last couple of years.
You've kind of swerved back into politics, and we don't do that.
And what
on
I'd
the
say
right
about
side.
politics, though, in that sense, though, is that unlike it is in the US, where you're basically right wing and very right wing.
Right.
For Australia, and it's fairly similar in the UK. What we actually have is two centrist parties, one a bit more right and one a bit more left. And we don't really have the extremes. There is extremes within those parties, but the general populace of those parties is closer to being centrist.
Well, the thing is, though, that there are some rabid and screaming lefties. It's just they're the ones being thrown under the bus by everybody else.
Yeah. Well, that happens to right wingers in our country as
Well,
much
not
as the
much.
rabid left.
So can I ask Jen about this, please? Because
Yeah.
I'm not totally brilliant about Australian politics.
Actually, you could have just stopped before Australian politics.
Oh, fuck you! I will destroy
Ask
you,
away,
Kate.
Saul.
I really will
Ask-
destroy you.
Just ignore the
I
peanut
win.
gallery and ask away.
Peanut
Right,
gallery, my butt.
I know that you've said this before. You consider yourself in Australia world to be slightly right.
Oh no, I'm not right. I'm definitely left, but I'm centrist in money policies and things like that. But on all social aspects, I am very left. But Australia
one of those.
itself is more centrist.
Yeah.
These are all just words and terms that we've been bombarded with, and they're kind of meaningless anymore.
Are they?
Well, B is saying in the side chat about 65-70%
Oh,
of
it's
people I
B
bump
here.
into despise the Republicans.
Hi, B.
And I think that's accurate. The problem is that half of those people don't show up to vote.
Can I just
Yeah,
say,
That's
B,
the unfortunate thing. Yeah.
There's so much inertia.
And then the other half are suppressed.
Mhm.
You cannot tell me that the fascists are not engaging in voter suppression. And
They are.
yes, for those of you who are taking note of what I'm saying, no, we don't have a Republican Party in the U.S. anymore. They are fascists.
Well, and
Ooh.
like about the whole thing with the fake voter boxes that are apparently out there, and the fact that there are some regions strangely full of people of color that have one polling location for like tens of thousands of people.
Yeah. Yeah.
And of course, there's that
Yeah.
whole Trump rant about how he'll never win if people get to vote by mail.
we're being
Right.
bombarded.
So let's suppress the votes.
In this day and age, we've been bombarded with terms and buzzwords. So, you're told you're a leftist or a rightist or that awful term, a centrist, which, no offence, Jen, that's a bad term.
It's
we're
only a
being-
bad term because you've got people like Sargon of Akkad who thinks he's a centrist when he's actually fucking right off the end right.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. You get me. Okay, you get me. So I appreciate that you appreciated that I. Yeah.
No,
I
I see what you mean. No, most people who look at the way I talk about politics and the way to do it would say I was
But
left wing in everything.
Okay, I'm liking this because you actually understand what I'm saying. Americans do not understand this.
Oh, really?
When people use the word centrist, it's not what they mean.
Well, but here's the thing: is you're saying that these words
buzzword.
are essentially meaningless, but now you're saying they don't mean what we think they mean. Choose one.
You've got to understand, Kate, that you're being, I'm not going to say the bad word, but you're being fed words. You're being told to think you are
No. You have to understand that I am, in fact, a skeptic, and that when there are words being thrown around like that,
I will win.
No, you won't. No, you
the
won't.
historical concept of centrists in the UK is different to what it's meant when you're talking about in the US or even in Australia, and that's part of the problem there. And in Australia, we mean centrist as somebody who has a political point of view that's somewhere in between what the two winged parties would have. So almost like a fence sitter. But it doesn't necessarily mean that. There is actually a policy area for people of a centrist view that isn't necessarily fence sitting. And that's more what's meant in the UK.
Well, here in the US...
I know what a centrist is in the US, and apparently Stool doesn't.
Well, here in the US, as far as I can see, a centrist is a right-winger who's not carrying a gun.
Well, yes and no. Sometimes it's just someone who's that much of a schmuck. You know, it's not so much being undecided as it is trying so hard for bipartisanship that they end up being everyone's one worst enemy.
Yeah. See, whereas that's not what it means in Australia or in the UK. It's not somebody who's sitting on the fence. It's not somebody who's not taking a political position. It is a political position.
No. You misunderstand me. I don't mean that it's people who are wishy-washy and wavering. I mean it's those people who want to, quote-unquote, reach across the aisle. It's the ones who want bipartisanship, who want everyone to work together in the most polarized time there is. That's why I'm saying we don't want a centrist. We can't use a centrist. We don't want someone like Joe Biden, who, let's face it, is more center-right than center-left. What we need is a rabid and screaming lefty. And sure, let them offend the right wing. Let them, while they're making things better for us.
This is a conversation that can never, ever work because Americans have different, bizarre understandings of terminology.
I'd say it's the other way around, dude.
Well, I don't know. I don't know that the Americans have the misunderstandings of technology. They have misunderstandings in their head. Americans don't think right.
Depends on the Americans. It really depends on the Americans. I mean, I don't like this whole generalized crap because people end up lumping me into a group of people that A, I don't fit in with, but 2, despise. So, I mean, I really dislike the whole Americans this, Americans that.
Yeah, I do realize that I'm kind of misusing that term. I'm not speaking geographically. I'm speaking of the Americans that the world sees, the crazies.
I mean, that's the thing. So am I. I don't want to be lumped in with the crazies. I am ashamed of the crazies. They aren't doing this country any favors. We'd be better off without them. And I definitely don't want to be lumped in with them. But that seems to be what happens when the rest of the world looks at us, is they only see the worst. They only see the dregs. And honestly, it's frustrating. It really is.
There's a very huge problem in that Americans, I don't mean UK, but I mean Americans, do not understand basic terminologies. That's a fact. That's an absolute
I'm not going to argue that line.
Citation needed, dude. Citation needed if it's a fact.
Oh, seriously? Oh, God, I will so destroy you. Anyway.
Okay,
I hate you now, so
you.
I'm trying my best to change the subject because Purple is going to get annoyed with us. We're wanting to have a good chat, so I want to say hi to B. And by the way, Kate, I know I've divorced you. B is now my favourite lesbian, so bring it on.
Look at this single tear rolling dramatically down my cheek. Oh, I am so crushed.
Evidence it hasn't happened.
Where's that tiny violin? Anyway.
Listen, I'm trying to be a good boy here. Talking about politics is never going to end well. It's going to end in a fucking argument, so... This is purple
Except
screen.
most of us here are actually left of center. So,
Well, I'm slightly to the left of Bernie Sanders, and I'm proud of it. Yeah.
Yeah, I was raised by hippies. Believe me, I understand being left of center, very, very left of center.
The amazing thing is when I look at myself, when I look at my past, to see how left I am these days. And when I was younger, 20 years of age and younger, my word, I was a Republican. I actually was a Republican.
Yeah, but you go back far enough, and the Republicans were left anyway.
Well, more left than they are now. I can tell you that.
They were left. They were more left than the Democrats were.
Oh, wait a minute. You're talking about before the Southern strategy, aren't you?
Yeah, I am.
Yeah.
Okay. No, I'm not going back.
I'm sorry.
No,
frankly,
I'm not
that doesn't count. If you're going that far back, kind of think missing the message.
Yeah, I mean, I registered to vote when in 1976, so I could vote for Gerald Ford. So that gives you an idea of where I was at that time.
But honestly, like, I was raised by hippies and I've only gotten further left the whole time. So I don't know.
So how far back in history do you have to go to find a president who you could actually be proud of?
Oh my.
Well, that assumes that there is one necessarily. I mean, because I have to say the basic mindset, the paradigm behind a lot of this country is one I find quite odious. And it's not my fault I was born here. So,
well, there are presidents of whom I can be prouder than I am of presidents in this particular era. Eisenhower might be one of them, but he did have his fault.
That's going back a while.
That is, isn't it?
Yeah.
I would say apart from his thing for bugging other members of his party, Nixon actually wasn't a bad president.
Oh,
I
seriously?
don't know that I agree. I really don't. He had
Controversial statement of the night.
Yeah, it was that paranoia of his.
Yes, he was very paranoid. But aren't they all?
No, I don't know that they're all paranoid. It's hard to picture Jimmy Carter being paranoid.
And that's the thing that came to my mind. Yeah.
Yeah,
Jimmy Carter, definitely. JFK, if he'd had longer, probably.
Yeah,
well,
Jimmy
maybe
Carter,
he should have been more
unfortunately, was
paranoid.
not an effective president.
I mean,
I respect a lot of the things he's done since he was president, but he didn't do much as president.
Carter.
Well, Jimmy Carter was a horrible president because he was an honorable man.
Right.
Yeah.
He couldn't play the political games.
I was just saying, JFK probably should have been more paranoid than he was.
And I don't
Well,
want
he
to...
had his moments.
No, what I
want to
mean is he
play
got
the
shot by a
ageism.
dude. Maybe if he'd been a little more like wary and paranoid, he might not have been. I'm kidding, of course, but you know.
Yeah. I mean, there are.
Watching being in chat, I'm wishing she was actually in here.
Jimmy Carter
See?
is still
All
out
you have
there
to do is pick up the link.
building homes.
Yeah.
Yeah, B, if you want to get in on this, if you didn't get a link, I could send you a new one.
Because I'm enjoying what she's typing, and I'd love to actually hear her vocalize
can we have...
I'm not sure
Purple,
how
can
much
we have
longer
that
I personally am going to
please?
last. I've started this tired, so I might be going soon. So, Stool, shut up because you wanted to hear that.
I just want being because you're not my favorite lesbian anymore.
I don't care even a tiny, tiny smidge. You have no idea how indifferent I am to that fact. And, you know, I mean, harping on it like that just makes you look silly.
But I will win.
You don't even know what the game is, dude.
Oh, I do.
I don't know what the game... What is the game?
It's basically just... I win every time Stool does anything even remotely resembling throwing a tantrum.
That's what she thinks.
Of course, the game largely involves Kate making up the rules as they go along.
Yes.
The rules have always been the same. Get Stool to start ragging on me, and I win.
Here's the fun fact. Purple, you've got one slot open. That's what she said. So
Yep.
you could open up, you could let B in.
Yep. I just sent you
Bea's
another.
just said she's give her a few minutes to finish eating and she's going to hop in.
Yeah.
Okay, I just sent a new link on Twitter there.
I've not listened to or heard B for a long time, and I'm not totally sure about B, but I know I like her. I know that. Maybe she's been
B's
busy or
awesome.
something.
Be
Be's
afraid.
been very
B.
busy.
Very afraid.
I know I've seen
Yeah, be
that
afraid
name
of B.
before.
Be's scary.
I know I've seen that name before, but I'm not convinced we've
ass.
interacted in any like fashion. I don't know.
Hey,
Be's a
I'm
hard ass.
reasonably sure that the three of us have
But
been
she's
in live
lovely.
streams together.
Well, you know
Well,
I'm shit with
He
names.
changed
So.
her online
Yeah, okay.
handle not too long ago, so
From?
this
Yeah,
might
that's
be
why
a
I'm trying to
little bit
remember what was it
personal,
before.
Kate, but I'm not familiar with how you like your women, but B is fucking badass.
Okay. I'll just have to take your word
Just
for that
saying.
for now.
Just saying.
All right. You
denies
can just say as much as you like, but it doesn't change the fact that I don't know yet.
Trying to help.
And so
There-
consider
there was,
myself
yeah.
duly warned. Let's just put it that way.
it was being mindful before.
Oh, well, then I know exactly who
Yeah.
that is. Okay. All right.
Oh, be shy. No, come on, B, play along. We need you.
Is that what Xander's doing? I heard all this noise and I looked, and apparently he decided he's going to attack the string that opens and closes the Venetian blinds.
That could be
Oh,
interesting.
well.
As long as it's not something he can hang himself with. The
Well,
cords
you know,
lines could be dangerous to cats in that way.
he'd have to
Yeah.
do a lot of gymnastics to strangle himself with that, and I mean a lot. He might even
I
have
heard
to
cats do
defy
that.
gravity in ways cats usually don't. And
There
I
was a
don't do
scientific
the
paper,
usually don't part because I'm sure, like, I mean, come on, cats do like defy gravity from time to time, and I'm sure if I hadn't put the disclaimer in there, someone would have gone so I had to, yeah.
And I'm going to bring up a scientific paper, which I haven't read yet, but it's on my to-read list, where they're discussing about the would Schrodinger's cat's thought experiment be true in real life? So could you have a cat that was both dead and alive at the same time because of quantum mechanics?
I'm going to need you to define alive and dead in this specific context, because I could see someone taking those words, screwing around with them, and saying, aha, see, I did it. And
Do you know what the thought experiment of Schrodinger's cat is?
of course, but the problem is
Yeah, we all do.
that like if you talk to the people who are trying to prove it's real, or maybe just the people that I
Shoot
don't
the
know,
cat.
the people reading the report or whatever, I don't know. I'm sure someone somewhere will nitpick the terminology.
Well, you do understand that the whole Schrodinger's cat thing was reductio ad absurdum, right? Because Schrödinger was actually trying to demonstrate that Bohr was full of shit. With
Yeah.
his,
That's the hilarious part about it. It's used as this solid example of quantum mechanics, and yet it wasn't what Schrodinger was trying to say. He was like,
yeah,
so.
yeah.
And now that they're trying to say, well, it would really happen. This is why I really want to read the paper. I'm like, and then on top of that, what kind of arsehole would do that experiment in real life to actually write a paper on it?
Hey, I've known a few researchers, so I'm going to just keep my mouth shut right here. Hi, Beth, how you doing?
I mean, that's bordering on Nazi levels of experimentation in my mind.
There is nothing worse than meeting on the tweeters somebody that's really famous who's made a prolific statement. And I got in trouble by Godwin, as in Godwin's Law.
Yeah.
He's a dick, by the way.
Oh, really?
He's a massive.
I've only
dick.
seen videos, so.
Stool, you think everybody's a dick.
That's true.
Yeah, that's true.
Well,
I
this
don't
is
know
true,
anybody you haven't told to fuck off yet.
It's because he's projecting himself onto other people.
There you are. There you are.
Hi, Bea, my lovely.
Hi, Jen. Hi, Lady
Yay.
Di. Hi, Kate. Hi.
Hi,
Well, we'll skip you. Hi, Purple. Hi,
Oh. So I'm actually
You know-
trying to train my cats using that click method. You know the one that
Oh, yeah,
Where-
yeah.
yeah, that click, click.
yeah. I don't actually have a clicker, but I got a clicker app for my phone. So now I keep a cup of kibble on the desk. And every now and then I
Cat,
just click at them and throw
This
some
is so
to them.
boring. Nobody cares about your
Jesus,
cats, so
Harold.
Hey,
Change
about
the
cats,
topic from
though.
politics. I start talking
this is how
cats,
exciting
and then you
you
start to
were.
whinge. I'm sorry, Stool, but I'm gonna
But-
have to find you and light
It's
you on
going
fire.
down. It's
But
going
Kate,
down.
Oh
is it
boy,
working?
I want
It's
to
going
watch this
down.
one.
Is it
You
working?
wanted to watch the last one.
Bee's my favourite leather, so Kate, you can fuck off.
Oh, for crying out loud, Stool. Do you realize that as a curmudgeon, you even fail at that?
I will always win. Always.
He'd like to believe that. Shall we humor him? Pat, pat.
And be
I
very,
have-
I've
very
just got
optimistic
visualizations
about
of
it,
Kate
you know.
going, good little stool.
Which is almost
That-
exactly
that
the
is-
hand gesture I made, even if it was off camera.
That's what she does. Yeah.
Can you say condescending? Yeah, I thought you could.
I think
We
you
don't know
gotta
what you
even do more than that. It's like, can you say condescending? I knew you could. You know,
Oh, there we go. There we go.
you know, you gotta
There
get more
it
of that "aw" into your voice.
There
Even if you could nail one, how would you separate it from the rest of the building?
Separate what?
Condescending. How could you separate it from the rest
Oh.
of the building?
Actually, I was
Purple.
thinking more about that criminal who's like rappelling down the side of it. You know, a condescending.
Yes.
Is that with the tied together sheets and the.
Sure, why not? Actually, he had an
The one.
accomplice. His accomplice was like actually a dwarf who was psychic and is on the run with him. He's a small medium at large.
Blocker, please kick her out of this chat. I fucking hate
Stool,
her
I
shit
just won
jokes.
again. You just handed me a victory again, Stool.
Yeah, Stool, I can't block her just because she stole my joke.
It's old joke, but
I know.
it's in Kate's wheelhouse.
Yeah, it's true. I'm a punstress.
It's all right. I stole your one earlier, so that's fine.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I
don't
originally
think I
stole it
won't
from,
exact
Dave
revenge.
Allen.
What?
I
Which
first
one?
heard
Oh, no,
that
you were
joke on
okay.
Dave Allen at large.
Mm.
Oh yeah. Dave Allen did a lot of great jokes. I used to love the way he'd sit there with his not his finger up his nose because he was missing the.
Oh yeah,
Oh.
the Americans will not understand this reference, but Dave Allen was a fucking awesome comedian. He was fucking awesome.
You realise
You know,
Purple's the one who brought up Dave Allen.
Yeah.
You just
and
said
I
you won't
noticed
understand
that
it.
too.
I'm not listening to this shit.
Oh, your mother.
Now you're assuming he has a mother, and he wasn't
Oh,
like hatched
you have
or
a
something.
point.
Most things that
Well,
are
I
hatched
know
have
it wasn't
mothers, though, don't they? They just
parthenogenesis
don't
that
bring
grew
them
that
up.
stool.
I think it came from the bottom of a long glass tube. Whoa,
Uh,
whoa.
Give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Dave
But,
Allen was an absolutely brilliant comedian, and I guess it's not a thing that Americans would be familiar with. Australians would get it because we sold you all our shit comedy.
You
For
did,
like-
and then we sold you ours later.
This is very true.
See, the thing is,
And
Stool, that
we
we
said
know
neighbours,
that.
so I think we got the better half of the deal.
Yeah, you sold us neighbours, you dick. I will never forgive you for that.
See, now Neighbors is one I don't know. I know the Dave Allen fella, but Neighbors, not a clue.
Neighbours is a soap opera, and it's shit. It is absolute shit. And for some reason, the Poms loved it.
It sounds like it's trying really hard to be friends. Just from the name of it. Just from the name of it.
It was well before
Friends was better,
even
and I hate
invented.
Friends. Yeah, and went on, and went on after Friends ended.
Oh, well, soap operas usually do.
It's actually still a thing.
It's where Kylie Minogue got her start.
I know that name. She's a singer of some sort, and I think at one point she actually acted too.
She did.
Is she? Are you not? What? Oh, help me out with this one, Kate. You seriously don't know who Kylie Minogue is? I mean, you're supposed to be.
I told you I've heard the name, dude.
She's kid of the '80s, and she doesn't know. She doesn't know how lucky she is.
I mean, wow, that is some seriously bad. I mean, she was in Street Fighter. She played Cammy in. Well, Street Fighter was crap anyway. What a horrible movie.
I so want to play the music, but I can't.
Yeah, that was part of that whole fad about trying to make video games into movies.
Yeah.
Like
I can't think of any one of those movies that ever worked.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. If she's in Street Fighter and Biodome, it's for the best I don't know her too well.
Well, I just told a lie. I can think of one video game to TV show that actually, not movie, but TV show that actually works, and that's The Witcher. Because I like The Witcher.
Oh, I hated The Witcher. I hate that grimdark style that they're doing these days, where it's like nobody has a sense of humor, nobody ever cracks a smile.
Yeah, but the games are like that, so.
Well, okay, but I mean, between that and Game of Thrones and all the other stuff that's out there, I mean, is there no happy fantasy left? I mean, whatever happened to stuff like, say, Willow, for example, The Princess Bride?
Oh, Willow was awesome. Oh, Princess Bride is my favorite movie of all time.
That's the thing, is like there's nothing lighthearted out there anymore, and I miss that.
I've got to be very honest about this.
Well, think of me what you will, but I will maintain that Raul Julia saved Street Fighter.
Street Fighter was beyond. Street Fighter was beyond.
Minogue had the most sexiest bottom ever.
Sorry?
That's a fact, and that's backed up by science.
Who?
Kylie Minogue had the sexiest bottom ever.
Well, which one, left or right?
Not buttocks, the entire bottom.
No. That's not your bottom. That's the back of your middle. The soles of your feet are your bottom.
Oh.
Well,
this is why you don't get sex, Kate. You're too pernickety.
How often is your ass lower than your feet? How often? Okay, I'm telling you.
In some sex positions.
If you're in Trendella,
sure, but I'm saying that like the
hospital.
Say that again.
Trendella, that's when they raise your feet higher than your head.
Yeah. Okay. Anytime your legs are up in stirrups.
my point though is that like the frequency, the if you were to draw a pie graph of when your feet are like above your ass, it would probably be a pretty small slice there. I think that the vast majority of the time your feet are lower, and that makes them your bottom.
I don't know, a pretty significant amount of the time my ex's feet were higher than anything else.
For the benefit of the ladies here who are into other ladies, if you're not familiar with Kylie Minogue, I recommend you Google and watch some YouTubes, because, you know, I'm a boy, I've got a penis, but yeah, look at her ass.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, here's a question. What style
there are better
of
asses
music?
than Kylie's.
What style of music does she sing?
There is no better ass than Kylie's. I mean, that's a scientific fact. It's been proven. Kylie's ass is the best ass ever.
Are you kidding me?
It sounds like you do flat Earth science there. Stop.
Flat ass science?
Apparently.
Flat ass science, yeah.
I mean, like the only time it looks like she has any ass at all is when she's deliberately sticking it out. But I mean, I see this one picture of her like lying flat on her front. I'm looking at her ass, and it's barely like there at all.
Yeah, and for a lot of her singing career, she looks decidedly anorexic. I mean, no crimes on her chops as far as singing goes for Kylie Minogue, but she did not have a healthy looking figure for a lot of her acting career. And I realized that her acting and singing career, and I also realized later in singing career, she had the struggles with breast cancer as well, which didn't help. But,
I still want an answer to my question. What style of music did she sing?
Can we just answer to just a
that covers that? That's a bit of a moving target. Can you be more specific?
Probably she did a cover of Locomotion, and it was probably her biggest hit.
Oh.
But to totally amaze Kate, Jen, tell Kate who she was married to.
Oh, jeepers!
She wasn't married to Jason Donovan. She was
No, not that one. The other one.
Oh, I can't remember. I didn't follow Kylie that much, to be honest. No, I honestly can't remember who she was married to.
You are so rubbish at this, and you're an Australian.
I am. Yeah, but I don't care. She doesn't come here. She lives in the UK
I don't even know who the
mostly.
hell you're talking about. So
Kylie Minogue.
yeah, well, I heard the name, but I don't know who it is.
Ah,
I don't
Kalogi
know.
Minagnia.
What the hell?
I pay
What was
so
that?
little attention to any celebrities.
There's some celebrities I like a great deal. Like, for example, Robert Paulson, who does the voice of Yakko Warner, Pinky, and 2 different Ninja
And they're
Turtles,
coming back.
et cetera, et cetera. I follow him all the hell over the place.
And they're bringing back the Animaniacs and Pinky and the Brain.
Yeah. Are you sure Kylie Minogue was ever married? Because if she was, it's totally not listed on Wikipedia or
Yeah, that's what I was
IMDb.
thinking. Maybe that's why I don't know. She's dated a lot of guys, though. Did I just kind of suggest she was a slut? I didn't mean that.
You said dated, not fucked. She's not a slut.
Oh, that's true. I said that. Yes, thank you.
You know,
having said that, you're
that may be a
back.
fine
I'm going to
distinction,
sit
but
back and wait for the Australian to answer this question because Kylie is Australian. And
Yeah, but I don't care.
And I don't care either, but I'm trying to steer this away from fucking Trump. So she very famously dated another famous Australian who was the lead singer of a very famous
Oh, that's
pop group.
that's right. She did Robert Hutchinson in Excess. That's right. I forgot about that. She wasn't married to him though.
No, but she lost her virginity to him, and I think he killed himself by strangulation or something.
Yeah, autoerotic asphyxiation.
What are those two
He
connected
didn't.
somehow? Okay, maybe they were connected. Okay.
No. I'm not sure they were actually a couple when he did it. I think that happened afterwards, after they'd split up. But they were still friends at the time.
Well,
but yeah,
I'm looking here.
I forgot
She's
about Robert
5
Hutchinson.
feet tall. That's 1.52 meters, and I could probably pick her up and throw her for a pass.
Yeah, she's a shorty.
Well, you know,
But
Stool's
you're
a
familiar.
little tiny guy. That's why he likes her.
Okay, pick her
Her
out.
sister
Now, when you
Danny.
say
Take
tiny,
the
I'm
odds
assuming
now.
you don't mean his actual physical height. I'm assuming you mean something else.
Oh
Yes,
no, I meant
right.
he just looks like he's a small guy, like he's 5'5" or something.
Well, you'd be surprised though, because some people film themselves for YouTube at deceptive angles. I honestly thought that Zomgets Chris was like this 6 foot tall blonde goddess, and it turns out that she's about the size of Kylie Minogue.
Kylie's younger sister Danny is much more pretty than she is.
Well,
Oh,
Stool is
Donald
obviously not that tall, or he would not need to always have that ladder there.
This is true. Yeah,
Or the stool, for that matter.
this is very true.
Oh,
Well, am I wrong? You know, he's got a stool there. It'll make him slightly taller if he stands on it.
You're right.
And
Okay.
it's very
Might be sitting
stable.
on it.
Off camera.
I relinquish. You are all correct. I'm very short and I need a ladder. You all win. But I'll tell you something. Danny Minogue. I'm talking to the Australian now because the Americans have no idea what the hell I'm
You
talking
love
about.
going on about it like we're ignorant. You
Danny
love that,
Minogue.
don't you? It's the only thing that makes your ego feel better, doesn't it? Right? Am I right?
I will destroy you, Kate. I really will.
Has
Danny
anyone else
Minogue.
noticed that when he's shaved, Stool kind of looks like he's frowning all the time?
Don't make me separate you two.
Actually, He looks 3 sheets to the wind, actually.
Oh.
No, wait a minute. He is 3 sheets to the wind. That's why he looks that way.
Oh.
He
That does explain
he
a thing.
did say that before he came in, that he was
Yeah,
a bit tipsier.
Yeah, I remembered him saying that. Okay, so that explains everything in that regard.
Yeah. Meanwhile, I'm about as sober as a person can be right now.
Yeah,
Aw,
you were drunk
I'm
earlier.
sorry.
Well, not
I
drunk.
was,
tipsy.
but that was for the stream, and it was specifically about alcohol. So
I'm just going to keep quiet.
Yeah.
Well,
Well,
there's first time for everything, Stool.
I
So,
learned from a
hey,
couple of early
you
instances
have a
back then.
preference to 80s music. Who's your favorite soloist from the 80s then?
Who
were
are
you
you
asking?
asking?
You.
Oh, that's helpful.
They both asked you that, though. So which one are you answering?
I'm legally not allowed to answer that question.
What, your favorite artist of the 80s?
I'm legally not allowed to answer that now.
Fair enough.
All right. Well,
Okay.
clearly the answer is Roxette.
Oh, yeah, we did know that.
Best
need to do
band
is-
ever.
You know, the
Yeah,
80s,
not
I'm totally with Kate on this one, and I love Roxette, totally. But that particular decade was brilliant for music. And there is...
It was also very bad for music. There was a lot of crap that came out in the
there was
80s.
a very lot of crap, yeah. A very lot of crap.
Ah, nice, Kate.
Hmm?
Get
Gotta
it dressed
huh?
for success.
I think
That's
she
not how the
might
tune
like
goes.
Roxette. I'm just saying.
There's a chance. Honestly,
Well-
I've been kind of wanting an 11th tattoo, but I don't know what design to get, so that could be a problem. But also, pandemic, so screw that crap. But when it's over,
I think I would have
might get
preferred the
some.
Divinals from then, though.
I only know one Divinals song.
Purely for the lyrics of most of their songs. It's great. You listen to a Divinal song, yeah, that's really catchy and cool. And then you actually really listen to it and you go, that's disgusting.
I know a bunch of bands like that. I know I've mentioned it before. For some reason, Skinheads and Nazis make some really good punk music. It's just unfortunate that they're skinheads and Nazis and their attitude pervades the lyrics. But if you just listen to the song without listening to the words, it's like quality music. But then the words start to percolate, and I'm like, ugh, delete, delete, delete.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Although you don't do that with the Divinals because they're brilliant songs. We're talking groups now, though, not soloists, but that's okay. What about
Well, when you
There's
say
another kind of
soloist, you
interesting
mean
choice.
like the singer or the guitarist?
Oh, I was talking singers.
Okay.
There's not a secret about what my real name is. You can see it on the tweeters. It's there for all to see.
I only know your
And-
first name.
Shut up. So it's there for everybody to see. And unfortunately, I share the name with a 80s UK pop star. So it kind of pisses me off.
Oh, hey, here's an easy link to your profile so I can see what the rest of your name is.
Oh, fuck you.
What? I'm curious.
I know.
Do we call you George now?
Oh, I see. Okay, got it. That is one of the most common last names ever, isn't it?
I think his name is Fred Smith.
I think it's Wilbur Blankenship. I don't know why, but the name Blankenship really amuses me.
I used to have a teacher named Goldsmith. It's the only person I ever knew with the last name of Goldsmith. Yeah.
Obviously Jewish.
Not that I know of, but maybe.
Really?
I would have.
It sounds like one of those names that comes from the like
Well, it's-
Goldstein
But
and
that's usually
Yeah, it's
like
a very old
Goldberg.
name. Yeah, it's back when
Goldberg,
people used to
Goldstein.
have their last
I mean-
names were based on their trades.
Profession.
trades. Yeah.
Yep.
Professions, right? Yep.
Well, mine is probably the most common last name beyond Smith. So
Jones?
Jones. Obi Coach.
No,
actually,
actually, I think it's
derivative
the
of it,
third
yeah.
most common name in the U.S., isn't it?
What is?
Got to keep up with the Joneses.
Hmm.
Yep.
The-
Jones is only the third, is it?
Well, I
No,
remember an episode of The Big Bang Theory where, for some reason, they were trying to figure out the most common name there was, or like who a person was, and Sheldon guessed that it was what was it, Muhammad Lee, because
Yeah.
apparently Muhammad is the most popular first name and Lee is the most popular last name. Never mind that one of them's like Chinese and some shit, and the other one's not. But
Well, I had heard that one as Muhammad Chan, but maybe Lee works better than Chang. I'm not sure.
I think Lee is probably more common because I've met more of those. I'm not sure I've ever met a Chang.
Okay, I've met quite a few, but then again, I spent a lot of time in the math department at Pitt. So,
Well, there's one famous Lee. That
Oh, they're
I would like to
stereotyping
meet
for
and
you.
never have.
now there were quite a few Chinese students there.
Well, there's one famous last name Lee that I haven't met and I kind of want to. Although I'm not sure if I can. He might be dead.
Yeah, Bruce Lee's dead. Long dead.
No,
So
wrong
is
one.
Robert E.
So
Wrong
is
one.
Stan Lee.
Wrong one.
This is going to be the worst joke ever. Just
It's
like
not
Not
that.
a
Robert
joke.
E. Lee.
It's not a joke. No. Okay, yes, he is dead. He died in 2015. Christopher Lee.
Oh, Christopher Lee. Yeah.
I don't know why you thought it was a joke that was coming.
Because you're a
'Cause
dad
they normally
joke
are.
person. Hey,
Well,
fun fact.
sure,
there's a-
I
Wow,
know
there's
of-
a movie that he narrated that's not out yet.
I'm
Have
Jer.
you-
I've met several Wangs.
I know of a Wang, but I never
I was
met
gonna
him.
say I've met some wankers, but I don't know about Wang.
Well, you know
Oh, I
that
heard
Eve
one of
was
the
the
worst-
first computer user.
I heard one of
Yeah.
the worst and most racist Chinese jokes ever. I don't know if you want me to say it.
You could say it so we can bash it.
Okay. Do you know why it's horrible making phone calls in China? Because every time you wing, you get the wrong number.
for fuck's sake. No. That's
Oh
like
my
literally
God.
a
I
1970s
know. I told you.
show.
Not only racist, but a bad joke too.
I forget where I got that. I remember in high school someone had a
Somewhere
truly
bad.
tasteless- there was a truly tasteless jokes book, and I think it came out of that. I'm just saying.
Yeah. You've got problems now, Kate, because I now have to block you. And
Wait a
B
minute.
is
How's
now
that
my-
a problem? That's the
B is now
dream.
officially my
I was gonna
favourite
say
lesbian.
that's what she's been wanting this whole time.
You mean nothing to
Yeah,
me
you know,
anymore.
I could auction that off as a prize to be personally blocked by Stool.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were talking.
Yep. Sure could.
Be a good fundraiser. You make lots of money.
I grew up with a racist father, so up until the age of 8 years old, I believe. Yeah, I think I
don't
was
know what
8
that
when
means.
my mother kicked him out. I
Is
heard
that
a
an insult?
lot of inappropriate jokes.
Huh. Yeah.
And Kate
if
wants
you
to know
were-
all of them.
If you weren't rich and white, you were a slur to him.
Well, he would have hated
Anybody.
me.
Even
let's
poor
see.
white people.
Left-handed adopted multiracial lesbian atheist. I think he would have found something to call me.
Yeah,
oh,
my dad
my
had-
God, he would have hated me. Are you kidding? Not that I give a shit because he was a piece of crap, but
Uh,
oh yeah,
He would have hated almost everyone on this panel.
Yeah,
Well,
he
you
said
know,
he was
he would have hated everyone on this
loaded.
panel.
Yeah,
I mean,
Yep.
it seems to me the only thing you can do is be amused by him.
the
Like,
thing
in a
I
dark
found was
fashion,
funny about
in a
him.
dark fashion.
Yeah, the thing that I thought was funny about the whole situation, well, not funny, but bizarre, I guess you could say, was he hated poor white people, and then him and my mother got divorced, and he never paid alimony until I was like 16. So 8 years, 6 children, no alimony, no child support, rather.
6 children, yikes.
Yeah, and then we found 7 later, but that's a whole different story. But so he just left us stranded high and dry, didn't pay the mortgage on our place for what was a lease on this 100-acre farm we lived on for like 2 years. And towards the end of almost 2 years, the landlord came by and said, I'm going to have to ask you to leave. Like, I've let you live here for 2 years for free. So then we were homeless. So he
Sounds like a real
basically
nice
put
guy.
us in that bracket of white people that he hated. And I'm like,
I have
you did
a. Oh.
Oh,
it to your own family, you dick.
Oh, Kitties.
Yeah.
Also, I have a question because
Oh,
you
yeah.
said what was it?
That's
the
Jameson.
farm. You said it was 100 acres, right? Did someone chop down the wood? Was Winnie the Pooh homeless for a while?
No. And actually, it was 101 acres.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But we did have we had hay fields and ponies and horses, cows, chickens, goats, ducks. We had at the top of the hill, there's a big orchard, apples, blah, 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 growing up there. It was beautiful. It was amazing.
You would have
sing the
loved
theme
where I was
tune
raised
to-
in Vermont. I
to Little
hated it.
House
I'm
on
a
the
city
Prairie?
kid, but you would have loved it.
Yeah, I hate cities. I can't live in a big city. Where I live is a smaller city/town, and I can't live in anything busier than this. It drives me crazy.
Oh, see, I
don't
fled
like big
Vermont
cities
like
either.
rats out of a sinking ship, and then I've lived in Seattle and now San Diego.
Okay,
I know
Stool.
we will get banned for this, but if B hums rather than sings, can she do the theme tune for Little House on the Prairie?
Why?
What?
Hold on. No, I just had the Waltons come into my head. Hold on.
I'll do the Waltons, but don't sing it. There you go.
No,
Why?
Little House was do.
We watched all that when we were kids. You had to watch Little House on the Prairie, the Waltons. We listened to Kenny Rogers, Dolly Parton, John Denver, and then into other stuff as we got older. But when I was really little, what else did we watch? Oh, we watched The Wizard of Oz when it came on TV every year. Because you guys
Oh my
remember,
gosh, yes.
Diana
Oh,
probably
I-
remembers. He's come on.
I do remember
Yeah.
that
Came
every
on
year.
for 3
It's like a
days out of the entire
Thanksgiving
year.
thing, wasn't it?
Yeah. Huh?
Like a Thanksgiving thing, wasn't it? Annually around Thanksgiving. It might have been
Yeah,
Christmas,
I
but I
believe
remember
so.
it being Thanksgiving.
Yeah, every
Yeah.
year it was on Thanksgiving.
It's
Yeah,
a
okay.
Christmas thing going
Because I
here.
remember we had a portable TV on a TV cart, because,
Mm.
70s. And my mom would roll the TV in there and we'd fix the antenna so we could watch it because it always came on during dinner. And it was such a long movie, we didn't want to miss any of it, so we'd watch it while we were eating dinner. It's the only time of the year we were allowed to watch TV while eating dinner.
Wow.
Just
Oh
The
my
Wizard of
gosh.
Oz.
At a certain point, my parents and I just decided that we weren't going to have family dinners so much, and we just ate whenever the hell we were hungry. So it wasn't a
that's a
factor,
good
really.
plan.
Yeah.
I mean, if that's every family's different. Like it was like an event in my house because there were so many people.
Well, I would often take like dinner up to my room and either turn on the computer or the TV, and there you go.
Oh, you had your own room I
yeah,
share mine
but
with
I was
3
also an only
boys
child. I'm
for
still
like
an only
7
child.
years.
When I was growing up, we
Wow.
had so many people around, we had to eat in 2 or 3 shifts.
See, sometimes I wonder what it's like to grow up with siblings. I kind of feel like I missed out in a way.
Well, I always wonder because I'm
I've
the
got
youngest.
7 of them you can have.
Yeah.
There's only
I'm the
one of them that
youngest,
I'd care to
so-
keep.
Yeah, but
know,
it's a
I
little
watched-
late now. I meant school years, being kids together.
Yeah,
Oh, it doesn't.
I mean,
It doesn't matter. None of them have ever acknowledged that I grew up.
Well, okay, but
Oh, that's what my older sister does. She's like, I'm mum to you because she's 14 years older than me. It's like, she mothers me. I'm 2 years off being 50, and she still treats me like I'm fucking 4.
my sister, she was the oldest growing up.
Yeah,
And so she was like a second mom to all of us. She changed diapers. She gave baths. Mom was always cooking and
Yeah.
cleaning. Like she was a second mom, literally. And until about, I think around the time I hit 39 to 41, she finally decided to, B's an adult now.
Yeah,
I
well,
had
I'm
to
glad
be
you got there
40-ish
'cause I
to be an
still
adult.
haven't.
Yeah. I finally just told her, I was like, look, I don't want to hear about your religion. I love you to death. We're just going to have a difference of opinion. She quit preaching to me and everything around the time I hit 40.
What do you think, as a child, your favourite TV program was?
Oh, it was Little
Bionic
House on the
6.
Prairie.
Oh,
Little House on the Prairie.
be-
2 reasons.
Be answered.
I looked kind of like Laura Ingalls when I was little.
Okay.
Long hair, freckles, ponytail braid all the time kind of thing.
Now that sounds cute.
And 2, because I really wanted Charles Ingalls to be my dad. Because I wanted a father like that. Like when that man died, I cried because I was like, God, he was like my fantasy dad growing up. In my head, I wanted him to be my dad. I mean, I didn't have daydreams
We
about it,
lived
but
very different
I
lives.
kind of like this conversation, so can I take over, Purple? I'm going to go to Jen
haven't you
now.
already?
Yeah, I thought you were
Yeah.
already doing that.
I know.
Yeah.
I tend to do it. I'm
You want
sorry.
to know what my favorite shows when I was a kid was? Probably Doctor Who, because I grew up in the Tom Baker era. So, you got dodged by Tom. And so, having said that, I loved Peter Davidson as the Doctor. And I know that's controversial because a lot of people didn't, but I thought he was awesome. But I also was basically in love with him as the actor in
Creatures Great and Small.
Great, thank you. I mental blank for a second there because I loved All Creatures Great and Small, which was probably one of my other favorites. And another one, Blake's 7.
I still need to finish
Davidson
watching that.
did a
I
good
started
job
it and never got to the end.
Yeah.
Tom Baker is a wonderful actor, and he still
He
is
is.
to this day.
I forgot about
He's
Grizzly
the
Adams.
only Doctor.
And
That was a great show.
Yeah,
that
was one of my favorites.
I have to do my thing here now. I did meet him, and he's nice.
Oh, cool.
But yeah, I'm taking over. So can I ask now, Purple, please? What's your favourite TV show ever of all time?
I don't know. It's kind of hard for me to pull one.
I thought you were
Although-
talking about when we were kids.
Yeah.
What was
Yeah.
that favorite?
When you were kids, you know what I mean.
Yeah, when you were a kid.
I would put Monty Python up there. I was watching that when I was 10 years old, and nobody realized it wasn't appropriate. It
I
came
had
to
know
be
about
up, so
Monty
everybody
Python
assumed
till I
it was
was
something
18.
good.
I missed out so much. I missed out on so much.
Oh, my
Mhm.
parents, my hippie ass parents refused to get cable for the longest time. So I could get NBC, CBS, PBS, and some Canadian channel. But I couldn't even get ABC. And then finally, I convinced them to get cable, and they refused to get extended cable, which means that as an 80s kid, I missed out on MTV, and I will never forgive them for that.
Wow, wow, wow.
Oh, hush
The
you.
first person I knew who got cable got it the year I graduated high school.
Well, yeah, but I wasn't around in 1943.
Firstly, MTV was shit. MTV was monumentally shit. So, Kate,
I'm
you've still
sorry
not
about
answered
that
the original
purple
question.
stool got me keyed up, and I had to insult somebody.
You've still not answered the question.
Oh, I
Kate.
knew something like that would be coming.
Answer the question. What was your favourite program that you could see on the sets that you had as a child, Kate?
Well, as a kid, I want to say Bionic 6. It was a great cartoon, and it's the basis for the name Bionic Dance.
That's good.
Ah.
Okay.
Didn't know that. New
I was a big
information on
fan of the
Kate shirt.
Transformers, but when a friend got it on DVDs, I borrowed it and tried to rewatch it and realized it was a much better memory than it was a TV show.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, isn't that horrible when that happens?
Sorry, say it again.
Transformers was a much better memory than it was a TV show. When I
Okay,
went back and
yeah.
tried to watch it again, I had forgotten how many really bad episodes there were.
Although I was a little surprised to discover how much continuity there was between episodes. I don't remember that.
Just to complete this little experiment, Crazy Cat Lady, what was your favourite TV show as a child?
The Alvin Show.
And bear in mind, Crazy Cat Lady, Yeah, Crazy Cat Lady is very
Oh.
old. So we're now talking about movies in black and white.
So hang on, the Alvin show, as in the Alvin and the Chipmunks.
Yes, the Alvin show that aired in 1961.
Oh.
The my favorite spots out of that were Clyde Crashcup, the inventor who drew things to bring them into being.
Oh yes, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know any of that, but I do know who Alvin and the Chipmunks are. So
I understand what you're saying there.
I didn't even know there was an Alvin show.
Oh yeah.
the Alvin and the Chipmunks has been around for decades.
Well, yeah, I just didn't know about. I knew about Alvin and the Chipmunks. I didn't know about. Which reminds me of
How
Chip
old
and
it was.
Dale.
Oh
That
yeah,
was like, yeah.
Although you know
Dale was
what,
good.
I liked Chip and Dale's Rescue Rangers. That was pretty good. Although I have
Yes.
to say,
Rescue
Tailspin was better.
Rangers.
But the thing about the Rescue Rangers, they have this one episode called "The Curse of the Cola Cult," which is one of the coolest episodes ever, and it's like hilarious because you get these. I actually think they were rats, but some of them might have been mice. I don't know. Who are in this abandoned soda factory and worship the soda. And there's this whole it's a very actually complicated plot for a kids show, and it has Rob Paulson in it, the guy I mentioned before. And it has this catchy as hell jingle that's like commercial for the soda. And when I brought this up once in another live stream a couple of years ago, Godless Iowans sang it along with me. It was really cool. Like, I've never had that connection with someone else before where I mentioned that episode and someone knows what the fuck I'm talking about.
I think I do. I don't remember exactly, but I think I remember watching that episode. It
Oh, it's
sounds
cool.
familiar.
You can
I
find
can't
it on
remember
YouTube.
anything about it.
I've kind of got.
I
to do
remember
a good-
Rescue Rangers, but I don't remember that episode in particular.
have
I
to do
remember
a
that
good thing
episode
here.
existing. I don't remember any particular episode
Right.
clearly.
It's
Same.
totally worth finding it again. Trust me, I downloaded it and I treasure it.
The people inside chat are talking about this. So Aunt Jerry's saying the A Team.
Yep. I was highlighting
I-
those.
I pity
I've
the
got
fool.
to. I have to agree with that, to be honest, because the A Team was immensely splendid. It was a very good thing.
It was one of the first shows I ever remember seeing where the black guy was actually awesome
Yeah,
and not some piece of crap that they killed somewhere.
and
he was one of the
immensely
first.
Awesome.
Yeah, that I remember.
Yeah,
I remember not realizing that the character's name wasn't Mr. T. Mind you, when that show was new, I was still in elementary school, but I was like, if someone said B.A. Baracus, I'd be like, who? But if they said Mr. T, I was like, oh yeah, the A-Team. I don't know, it was weird.
Yeah.
Xander,
Yep.
that hurt.
Knight Rider was good from that era as well.
I
And
was
Airwolf.
waiting for
Don't
this.
forget Airwolf.
I was waiting for somebody to
Oh
say this.
yeah, Airwolf. I love that. Had a helicopter.
That
that was the main
music.
transportation.
Although what
Airwolf was
amuses
great.
the hell out of me is that is not an attack helicopter. That's technically an ambulance.
It is.
They repainted it. That's
Yes.
all.
Yes.
Like
Sorry.
Ghostbusters, they're not driving around in a hearse. That's an ambulance too.
Yep. Sorry, Jenny, we're
Okay.
full up at the moment. We've got Jenny Morgan in the back room now.
I'm
my
really
God.
tired. I can take off if she wants in.
I'll go. Do you want me to go? Because I'm boring. I'll go.
Oh my
Well,
God. Who's
no,
going to
Jamie
bed?
and
Raise your
Michael
hand.
and
If
Martin
you're going to
before.
bed.
Well, I'm not going to bed.
Well, yeah, but
Can I
it's
just say
like,
one thing?
what time there?
Because I'm a total 80s nerd, and the Airwolf thing is it's sex. It makes my dick go really big. The theme tune is awesome,
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
but the opening sequence.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if you ever played the game
am
back
so
in the day
raised
on the
right
8-bit
now.
computers, it absolutely became an earworm, and I hated it. I hated
What,
the
did they
tune
play
after a
the
while.
song through the whole game? Because
They did.
Do you remember
On
Spy
the Commodore
Hunter, where-
64 version of Airwolf, throughout the entire game, it played that theme, but only that part of it. So it was over and over and over fucking again.
Stop!
And you
Wow.
couldn't turn it
It's gonna
off.
The
get stuck in my
completely
head.
annoying
Yeah,
thing about
there are a
Airwolf.
couple of games like that where the music was
Oh.
just pernicious, and
Yeah.
yeah.
There was a game called Hover
3D
Bobber, and it
World
was
Runner.
about mowing lawns, and the
Mhm.
entire theme music for the thing was English Country Garden, and it was bum bum ba-dum bum bum ba-dum ba-dum bum ba-dum bum 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 ba ba-dum bum bum ba-dum bum over and over and over and over and over and over and over again.
There was this old NES game called 3D World Runner. It was one of those games where if you hit select, it goes like, you need 3D glasses, and then
Yeah.
and through the whole game, and I mean every level of the game, the music was over and over and goddamn over for the whole game. It was just, you wanted to slit your throat.
Try
See,
your
isn't
very
it wonderful
best to
now?
watch
Because
the-
now we can leave like the active sounds on and shut off music now. Isn't that great?
Yeah.
If you don't want to hear that shit, but back then you couldn't do any of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, although some games gave you the ability to turn off background music and just have the sound effects in them, which was great. But there was a lot of games that didn't have options on sounds. And because of the limitations of some of the hardware at the time, a lot of people decided that music was better in the background than sound effects. So you would have some games that only had background music tracks and no sound effects. And
Yeah.
it was really annoying.
There were some games where like they didn't have enough processing power or something.
Yeah.
And so when you did something that was a sound effect, the music stopped until it was over.
Yeah. And then the music would start up again from where it left off. It wasn't, But yeah, there was some things that were really, really annoying. And when you first got speech synthesis, when you first got sampled sounds into games, because it happened originally in the 8-bit era, you with things like probably one of the first ones was Impossible Mission, or Mission Impossible, sorry. No, which way around? Impossible Mission.
Impossible Mission was the game. Mission Impossible was the show.
Yeah, Impossible Mission. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. Brilliant game. Absolutely brilliant puzzle game. But you'd walk into areas and the evil villain would talk, or if you died, you'd fall down somewhere and you'd do screaming, and it was absolutely brilliant. But because the 8-bit processors couldn't play the music and do animation, play the sound effects and do animation at the same time, everything would freeze whilst it played the sound effect, and then the animation would continue. And it was really disconcerting.
I
Who here-
remember that.
Who here remembers playing their first game on a computer? I think it was Commodore 64 or something.
Mm.
And they had the fast load. So you could plug the fast load in and then plug the game in. And if you didn't use the fast load, it took like 8 hours to download it. But if you used the fast load, it only took like 5.5 to 6 hours. And the first time I ever played
anymore.
The first time I ever played one, my ex-husband's sister, we were friends at the time. She was like, "Oh, you want to play this game?" I said, "Oh, I'd love to."
Mission Impossible.
So she set it all up. She goes, "We're going to use
the
the fast load. I just got it."
Mission,
I was all excited. And then she loaded it in and said, "Okay, come back in 4.5 hours." I was like, "What?"
I remember some friends of mine had a Commodore 64, and they had both G.I. Joe and Ghostbusters. And both of those games would take about an hour to load off of the disk drive. Now, I remember
fast.
Ghostbusters. One of the things Ghostbusters had, if you hit the space bar, everything would stop, like it said, and it said Ghostbusters, like that. It was, silly.
Yeah, when you're a kid, it's fun, though.
Oh, sure, absolutely.
It's amazing, though, now. You look back at those old games and what was done on those 8-bit platforms, and you go, you can be nostalgic for it. There are some 8-bit games that I think are still absolutely brilliant games now. And even if you modernized them, you wouldn't want to change too much, maybe just beef up the graphics a little bit. And that would be it, because the gameplay in them was so good. But there's so many other games that are just...
Oh, yeah.
That were that were professional class games released by software houses that people paid money for that you wouldn't even take for free now, even with better graphics in modern gaming or on a phone or whatever, because they were so bad.
I have a collection of old Sega games that plays on the Nintendo Switch, and yeah, they're not the most quality games in the world. I have to say, I forgot like how far we've come since then. Although Blaster Master on the NES still holds up, and I think Metroid kinda, but Blaster Master will never die. That's such a great game.
What's fascinating though now is to see modern games that have been written for old platforms. So where you've got people who've written something for a Commodore 64 in the last couple of years, or written something for like the SNES, not the SNES, the NES or the Master System that recently, and you look at that and compare it to what used to be happening, and if they were done really well and used modern techniques for the programming of them and designing the graphics, you go, why didn't we have this game back then? But the difference is you can develop it using an emulator and doing all your graphics on a PC, and then you translate them down and you actually end up with a better quality game because of it. So you couldn't have made those games back then because you didn't have the same tools.
Well, the question before was the first game you ever played on a computer. The very first game I ever played on a computer was Dungeons of Daggerath on a Trash 80 Coco 2.
Oh, I've heard of that game.
Yeah, it's like really bad now, but at the time it was pretty amazing because it was first-person view, and you're walking through a dungeon, and you're like, wow, I can actually see. I don't know. It was different from most games that were like either side scrollers or just one screen. So at the time, it was neat.
All right, so my first game would have been Wizard of War on the Commodore 64, loading off cartridge, so I didn't have to wait for it to load. So
I remember the name of that game. I'm not sure I ever played it.
It's a maze game where you actually have to there's no dots or anything to collect. You actually have to kill the monsters in it by shooting them.
And if I remember right, it's not spelled W-A-R, it's W-O-R, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I see. Okay, I'm looking at the pictures here, and yeah, it kind of looks like if Pac-Man and Lord of the Rings had an unholy love song.
It kind of does.
Yeah.
Do you remember the game Mule?
I remember, again, I know the name. I think it was Tanks, was it?
No. It was space colonization. And it was it was almost like a very early civilization kind of thing. You'd have to use mules because they were genetically modified mules, and they would collect resources and things, and then you could build other things, and your aim was to beat the computer's mules. It was one of the first games that could actually play multiplayer across two machines joined up by serial port. As far as home computers go, it was released on the Atari and the Commodore 64, and I think the ZX Spectrum in the UK. It's a fascinating game. Graphically, it's crap, but it was brilliant. But I'm guessing the original 8-bit game that probably everybody knows about would be Elite.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Okay, I swear though that there's a video game called Mule that is about some sort of bit of military hardware.
There might have come out later, but
Elite. If you don't like Elite, then you're weird.
Well, I like Elite Dangerous quite a lot, especially when you play it in VR.
Oh,
yeah, I've heard it's good.
Well, it's pretty amazing. I mean, like, you really do feel like you're sitting inside of a spaceship, and you can look around, and like with your controllers, you can bring up these context menus and stuff, and it's really neat.
Okay, Kate, I need to know your address. How can I do this?
I don't think you mean my street address.
Yeah, I do. I want to play with you.
At my street address?
You've got the VR.
Yeah, but you can't play with me in Elite Dangerous. Only one of us gets to play. You would have to get your own VR rig. There'd need to be two VR rigs. You know how this works. We each have one head apiece, so we need one VR rig for each face.
He just wants to come over and use your toys. He doesn't care if you get to play.
Oh, he wants to use my toys, does he? Well, he can't use my toys because they're moist.
Mm.
And I definitely did not deliberately time that for when he was drinking something. B, we can't hear you at all. You're like muted or some shit.
I said I hope that's due to cleaning and not sitting around too long.
Sure, why not?
Yeah, it's best to run them through the dishwasher so the heat sanitizes them.
Yeah, hygiene is a pervert's best friend.
Surely, if you put a vibrator in the dishwasher, you would melt the latex.
Vibrator? Who said anything about a vibrator? These are toys. I know.
No, the dishwasher doesn't seem to get hot enough to bother the latex.
Really, I've had dildos melt before. It's not a pretty sight.
Yeah,
it probably kind of looks like stool when his shorts are off.
If you melted the dildo, you had too much friction and you need to use more lube.
Oh,
I think she meant shriveled up and bent.
That's what I thought too.
Yeah.
I had I had a box in which I stored my toys last time I shifted, and I gotten out a couple of them, my favorites, as you do, and I'd left the rest in the box and checked them about 7 years later, and the latex had melted inside the box, and instead of being multiple things inside the box, they were now one big conglomerate mess.
Okay, well,
yeah, it wasn't pretty. I should have taken a photo though, because it did kind of look awesome. It was, yeah.
Jenny is still waiting to come in, so
right.
Well, I'm going to say one thing and then I'll jump out.
But I'm actually very tired and kind of want to go.
Okay.
So, yeah, this has been fun, especially tormenting stool. But I'll catch you evil geniuses later. Have fun.
Okay.
I've won. I always take photos because...
Hi, Jenny.
Hi.
When I had that despicable moment when my fleshlight had its lips bitten off by mice, take photos because no fucker will ever believe you.
What was... Yeah.
Knight Rider.
Knight Rider. Whose theme tune I cannot remember for the life of me.
I can't either. And I watched that show I don't know how many times.
Dun, 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 something like that.
Can't remember.
Yeah.
Oh,
Dun, dun,
speaking of
oh.
dildos, that's what I
Dun,
got.
dun, dun, dun. Something like that.
I was working at L Brands, the people that make all the Victoria's Secret and all that stuff. They own like 8 different companies.
Okay, Jenny, which one are you under here?
Yeah, I'm here. I was moving trailers. That's what I did. I was the head trailer spotter. Anyways, so I was going around the side of the building first thing in the morning. The sun had just come up. There was some deer in the field and the grassy. It was like this beautiful morning. And I drove around the curve and there was a big black dildo sitting in the middle of the road.
Oh!
It was like this long, had balls, that bigger, a big black dildo sitting in the middle of the road. I had a picture of it for years.
Yeah. Sorry about that, stool. I was trying to get rid of a redundant image in here and it kicked both of you.
Like that?
No, bigger. Nope.
Bigger?
Oh my gosh, that's big.
It was bigger. The balls were way bigger on it, and it was like just laying in the middle of the road. I was like, "Where did that?"
That's not very big balls. This cannot be modeled off a person of color because that just does not look proportionate.
I said, "What kind of fun is the night shift having that I don't know about?" Because apparently they're partying pretty hard.
Yeah,
it was pretty.
I was kicked out of the conversation, and now I come back and Jen's showing me big black dicks.
She likes to pull that out whenever possible.
I've heard these rumors. I have heard these rumors. Yeah.
Well, I've used it on streams before to demonstrate that I don't have a gag reflex, and I'm not going to do that now because A, I've got more respect for purples, and B, my throat's a bit sore from being sick, so I don't really want to do it.
There's a video on the internet of me demonstrating the same thing.
Yeah, there's several streams where I've demonstrated it. So
that's how I know that I've always known that I was gay because I've had a gag reflex my entire life. Just can't. I can choke on food.
Yeah.
Okay. I feel really out of place here. I'm going to mute myself.
Yeah.
I'll let the letters continue.
We silenced Snow when Kate wasn't here to see it.
I got a fishbone stuck in my throat once, and the only reason I knew it was there was because it started to hurt. I was not gagging. And
I would have puked my guts out.
I thought
I had to get taken to the hospital, and the surgeon's like, I'll have to deaden it, or else you're going to vomit whilst they take it out. And I go, no, I'm not. And he just gets me to hold my mouth open and gets there with a light and a pair of tweezers and pulls out. How did you not be sick? And I go, I don't have a gag reflex. It was just absolutely killing me eventually. It was just really, really sore because it was scraping on my throat. But aside from that, it didn't bother me at all.
Okay,
so yeah, not having a gag reflex is both a bad and a good thing.
Well, yeah, I mean, evolutionary, it evolved for a purpose.
I don't like fish.
You don't like fish? How can you not like fish? Fish are gorgeous, swimming around in.
No, fish are shit.
Depends on the fish. Some of them are really ugly.
Of the little bones that you get in fish scare me. So does that make me a lesbian now?
No.
Am I scared of little fish bones? Food is complicated.
Leave it to Doorknob Head.
Stool, how can you say you don't like fish and you're obsessed with mermaids?
Mermaids are nice and smooth and shiny, so don't ever mess with the mermaids, ever.
Doorknob, how do you have sex with a mermaid?
And never ever listen to Jenny because she's an absolute evil. She will mess with you.
Yeah, I have to assume that they would work pretty much like most fish since that's their bottom half. So they would just, leave a cluster of eggs and he'd just have to spew out on top of them.
Yeah, they spray onto them, don't they, into the same area? And
yeah, the male just comes and rubs himself over the cluster. And
yeah, it can't be a particularly satisfying sex life for fish.
I would prefer that kind.
Not satisfying. Okay, no. I mean, if you're talking reproduction, yeah, I get why you'd prefer that. But I mean, surely,
Just in general.
Really? I thought you liked a good bit of sex with the right woman, obviously.
Oh no, no. They said no. The statement is the male just rubs up against some eggs and then it's done.
Oh, yeah, no. I can understand why you want that.
I don't want a guy rubbing up against me either way. So if he wants to go rub up on the egg somewhere else, let him.
No, that's a great comeback. If you have a guy hit up on your bar, you just pull out an egg and hand it to me and go, here, go have fun.
Yeah, right. Here, can you take care of that for me? What are those? My eggs. Thanks. Right.
Why isn't everyone talking about on your CD?
I don't know what's going on.
Well, last thing I saw at Antero was her talking about mice chewing silicone labias. That kind of weirded me out, I guess.
Chewing silicone labias? What?
You'll have to ask her. I don't know.
I guess that's me.
Actually picking out the case for my new computer, it got a little difficult to find one that actually had a front opening to be able to put a drive in it because I wanted to have a Blu-ray drive.
Yeah. Most of the new ones don't. There's no drive bays.
Yeah.
So if you want a CD-ROM or a Blu-ray drive, you have to have an external USB one.
Oh, great.
Well, I found a case that had one.
Yeah, you can still find them, but it is hard. They don't. You don't even get the smaller size for floppies anymore, obviously, because people don't have floppies. But there are other things you can put in those bays if you want the extra audio controllers and things like that on your PC.
Well, that's why I was kind of surprised that they'd become so rare.
I don't.
Lots of men have floppies.
That's why they have Viagra.
I'm just going to answer the nice people inside chat. So, Aunt Jo, yes, that's a possible thing to do. But
yeah, you want to load the CDs into your computer, download all the music into your computer, then you can hook your phone up to it and put it on your phone.
But
depends on the phone you have. iPhones are a lot harder to do it with.
Yeah, that's true. There's also, as far as I know, there's companies out there you can give them the CDs with and they'll put it all on like a thumb drive for you. You can also do that. So it's all on, just get like the biggest thumb drive you could find.
You can do it in 2 minutes.
Jen, tell me what's so hard to do on an iPhone?
Get music off CD and onto the iPhone.
Because they want everything to go through Apple Music.
Yeah.
No, it goes through iTunes. It doesn't go through Apple
iTunes.
Music.
Well, yeah, whatever.
But even if you extract a CD in iTunes and you try to upload it, you can have issues with the iPhone. At least it used to be. I mean, I haven't used an iPhone for years. I hate the things, but
yeah. Well, change your tune because it really takes about 2 clicks.
Okay, so they've changed it. Well, that's a bonus. About time. I'm not a fan of Apple. I think that
I know you are. You put them down with mythology, not truth.
I will at every possible opportunity. Apple are anti-competitive and restricting on servicing and all that sort of thing. And there's somebody who used to work in the service industry, who used to work for Apple. Apple are shit.
Now, okay, that's not fair because their customer service calls me at least twice a week about my cloud account, even though I never owned a single Apple device.
Yeah, I'm sure that's Apple calling you. Do they have an Indian accent?
You know they do.
Yeah. From Wichita.
90% of customer service is right out of India anyway, so I don't doubt it.
Yeah, it's
not Apple's. I've never run into somebody offshore, ever. Once I bought this laptop used, and it had a warranty from the shop that I bought it from, and about 60
exactly,
days.
Yes.
And about 60 days into the 30-day warranty, the screen died, so I had to get it repaired. I decided I'd send it to Apple directly for repair, and I did, and it got there. And about 3 days later, they send back my computer, and I open it up, and it's a brand new, newest model, better specs than the one that I sent in, and it was free.
Huh.
So if you want to complain about bad service, you go right ahead. That's not true. And I haven't gotten any big freebies like that ever again. But every service I've ever had with them has been just absolutely perfect.
Well, you're just lucky there, Jen, because a lot of people don't. And Apple's restrictive practices towards people repairing their gear is legendary, to put it lightly. Well, I mean, an example of ridiculous ideas of Apple have, in the release of their new iPhone 12, right? No longer supply a power brick for you to charge your phone.
I heard about their logic for it too.
They supply a cable. Now, their logic would be fine, except for the fact that the new cable is USB-C at the end that you have to plug it in, and all the old bricks are USB-A. Now I'm going to wreck myself. So you cannot plug
USB
the new charging
standard.
You cannot plug the new lead into an old brick. So where is their logic in that?
Well, I have noticed. Here's what I have to say about Apple. I have an iPhone. First of all, I have an iPhone. I had this phone for about 9 months, and the battery blew on it, and they replaced the whole phone for free and set it up for me and everything. Took them about an hour, and they just gave me a new phone. So that's an $1,100 phone. So I have no complaints about that.
I agree with what you're saying.
The one thing I do notice about Apple, though, is they are slowly, you're right, they're slowly taking products away. That's like if you go to buy a MacBook or a PC from them, you have to buy the cables separate, the plug separate, the this and the that. It doesn't come with anything.
And you're already paying a premium for the product.
And then you have to buy everything else. So
and you're already paying a premium for that Apple name.
Yes.
And you're not getting as much performance as you would if you bought a PC.
Yes. So Windows.
It's like, I find it, Apple are just not good value for money.
No, I
where
agree.
They're good,
I think it's too expensive.
Where they're good, though, is if you are inexperienced, the Apple experience of using the product tends to be easier for somebody who's not good with computers or phones or whatever else. So, like, if you've got an Android phone, you can do everything you can with an iPhone.
Bullshit.
Yeah,
But
the other way to put that
job.
is that they work and do exactly as they're advertised to do, and are built with enough intuition that you don't have to be good, because that's the intent of a machine like that, is to be able to do its job and not have to have you go to yet another college course to be able to operate it.
It depends on what you're going to do with it, though, Jenny. Because, I mean, if you want to do anything more complicated with it, which is what a lot of people want to do when they buy an IBM-compatible PC, you do the same thing on a Mac. It still becomes more complicated.
Don't want to have that kind of complication in their life.
Well, I've got a solution to it. They could actually furnish users manuals again.
Well, that's the entire.
Oh, please!
That's the entire
Especially
company.
with binders, I love binders.
That's the entire market, not just Apple, not just PC. Everybody, software, everything forgot documentation.
It makes me cringe because they keep saying everything's intuitive. My brain does not work like most people's. So if you tell me it's intuitive, I'm not going to be able to figure it out. Why can't somebody actually give me a fucking manual to explain to me where I can find the selection, what menus they're in?
I do have to say that most of the things I've run into myself that I've needed to get or have as software have had documentation available, but you had to download it, and I don't like that. Or it's online permanently, and you can only access it with downloading. Give me a PDF that I can print out and put it in my own binder as an option, and then I wouldn't have a problem with that. But I would like to see books again.
Yeah, my modem after I moved came with a half-page instruction that basically gave you the website to go and download the driver from.
Yeah.
I was installing a modem for new service. This meant I didn't have an internet connection
to download the driver.
Yeah. You'd think they would think of that.
Yeah, people get caught with that sort of thing all the time.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, these days, most computers, I mean, even Windows-based computers and Linux-based computers, once they're installed, they're pretty intuitive to do your basics. If you want to just browse the web or do your emails, it's fairly straightforward.
Yeah, I
Nope.
agree.
This is why I detest the smartphones. I can't figure out how to get that thing to do anything.
That's how
I don't like my new one very much.
The first time I ever had a smartphone, that's how I felt. I was just like, I cannot use this fucking. My buddy had one. I was a truck driver. I was over the road. He was like, "You can have internet and you can do this," and I was like, "Well, I want one of those." And I went from an old shitty like flip phone or something. I don't remember. I had like some $20 a month service or something, and got this smartphone. And I was like, "What the? How do you use this?" And it was so frustrating for the first probably 4 to 6 months till I dug through everything and figured everything out and had the time to do that. But, yeah, people tried to tell me how to do this or that. I just had to figure it out on my own, Purple. I get it.
Oh, man. And Andre, you're after my own heart. Just, I save every user manual I get. I enjoy reading them. One of my favorite memories concerning user manuals. The machine I worked on first time at uni had a manual that was loose leaf pages on a steel rack. It had a couple metallic cylinders that took the holes for the loose leaf, and a crank. You could close this thing up so it wouldn't burn if the place caught fire. The manual was 3.5 feet long. It was beautiful. Everything was described in this thing. Well, it was for a PDP 1140. What can I tell you? But
I had to remove those, and it was only in the it's about 2007. I had to remove one of those from a manufacturing firm. They were still using it, a PDP.
Oh my, oh my, oh my, oh my.
And I was like, what the hell? I'm pulling this machine out, and I'm pulling it out, and I'm throwing it in a skip. And there was nothing else I could do. I didn't have enough space in my car to take it, and I had nowhere to set it up. And it's just coming out and going in a skip.
What's a skip?
And I'm like,
I would have been in tears.
Such a shame. I almost was. It was such a shame.
Jen, you gotta translate. What's a skip?
What's a skip?
A skip. Okay, one of those large steel bins. That
like the construction
yards,
a dumpster.
Yards. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, big dumpster. Yeah, that's what you call it, a dumpster. Yeah.
There was somebody with whom I used to play pinochle, college professor, Oberlin College, who had a PDP 8 in his apartment. It was a thing of beauty. It really
Shame. The way they're put together is just absolutely insane. I would have loved to have rescued this thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But no, it had to go in the skip. It wasn't mine to take anyway. It still belonged to the place that was having it decommissioned, and this is what they wanted done with it. So getting permission to take it would have been hard anyway, because they
back in the pre-Wi-Fi days. I had every room in my house, including both bathrooms, on an Ethernet. I ran cables through the entire house.
Which type of Ethernet?
They're Cat 5 cables.
Or Cat 5s. All right. When the first network I ran through a house for me was coaxial. Yeah. So with T pieces and terminators.
Yeah. The Cat 2, was it?
Yeah. I think that's right. That's Cat 2.
Yeah. These are the ones where
token ring.
Crimping my own cables.
Oh God, choking ring.
Yeah. 10 megabit max speed.
The first time I installed an intranet setup on a PC, it took 8 hours to load the software.
Wow.
And I forget whose software it was.
Well, apparently Santi wants something. Santi, what do you want? I do not look 15 without my glasses.
I'm guessing
Or like 55.
Hillary's emails.
You don't look 55, B.
Yeah.
Okay,
no way
49.
No.
You look that. You look 30s.
30s.
You guys are just too nice.
We're gorgeous,
we're not nice. I hate you for it.
I don't hate. Well, I don't hate you, B. I think you're gorgeous.
Well, thanks, Sunshine. I appreciate that. And also, you might want to go see an optometrist. I just did. That's why I have contacts in.
I hate contacts. I tried them. They drive me insane.
Nice to not have and they never fit right.
Aside from that, I am so used to me wearing glasses because I've had them since I was about 7. So I'm so used to it that I feel weird not wearing them.
See, I didn't get any until I was almost 43.
Yeah.
So I turned 43, I finally got glasses. So to me, they're a pain in the ass. Yeah. They drive me nuts. They hurt my nose. You know,
to me, they're part of me.
My eyes are so dry, the contacts dry out and fall out of my eyes.
Okay. I see better with contacts, but I look better with glasses. So you know.
You have to get the right. I get that too. You got to get the right contacts because I had to go through like 4 different kinds till I found some that didn't feel like they were drying out on me all the time.
Yeah, I tried 3 different kinds, and the best ones I could only leave in for like 3 hours at a time.
B, I think Santi is hitting on you.
I've had problems with the newer polymers, the contacts. I try to put them in my eyes, and they stay on my finger. They will not stay in the eye.
You have to dry off your finger as much as possible because they're meant to suction. So they suction cup to the tip of your finger. So you have to put them in there and then rock your finger back and forth and put it right in the center of your eye. And then once it suction cups your eye, it'll release. But you have to roll your finger off. You can't just do that.
Yeah, and I don't like things in my eyes at the best of time.
It can be a pain in the butt, but I've had these in since for like 13, almost 14 hours, and they're not even bothering me.
You got to finger your eye. I don't even like doing that.
It's been a long time.
Yeah, because I remember back in the day, I mean, I did wear contacts at one time. I started with the hard lenses, and then I went to the soft lenses in the 80s. And all I had to do was with the finger, and I would listen for the bubbling as the air came out from under the lens. And when I heard that, I knew everything was good, and I could just pull the finger away, and we were fine. But
yeah, see, I can't hear that though because I don't have that good of hearing.
Okay,
I would never be able to hear that happening.
So, do you have to? Are contacts all disposable now? You wear them for a day and toss them, or what?
Well, there's different. There's dailies, and then you can get weeklies where you wear them and take them off at night, and you keep them for a week. And then there's some that are monthlies. There's some you leave in. You can leave them in for a week at a time, and then switch them out and throw those out and put new ones in. My eyes don't like that because I have some allergies, so my eyes get goopy if I do that. It doesn't hurt my eyes; they just don't feel good. They're all mucusy in the morning, so I don't do that. But
well, there's the other thing that I couldn't do anymore. You talk about the eyes getting goopy. My eyes are extremely dry now because of the kidney disease. And
so you wouldn't be able to wear them anyway.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Well, I had a couple instances of having one drop out while I was driving, so that was
I've had that happen to me. I've had it happen. And what's really crazy is you're driving and you're trying really, really hard to pay attention only to the visual field of the one eye that still has the contact in it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Trying to keep one eye closed so you can find some place to pull over.
I guarantee you, Purple, they gave you the wrong contacts.
Well, like I said, I tried 3 different kinds.
Well, I'm just saying if you have the wrong prescription, it doesn't matter the brand. I have stigmatisms in both my eyes. And when you have astigmatism, it makes your eyeball more like a football. So regular lenses won't fit.
Well,
you need the
3
toric
times
lenses.
It was a different optometrist each time. So
yeah, you have to get the presbyopic.
You have to have the contacts with the 2 radii, right? One radius in one direction, the other radius at right angles.
Going deeper than I know. I know they're called toric lenses.
Yes, it's like a section off. It's like a section off of an inner tube.
Yeah. Yeah, it's they're a little curved. And the great thing about it is if you hold them up and you have the torics, they have they're perfectly round, but if they're inside out, they get more boat shaped. So you have the wrong side.
Yeah.
So it's actually there's one positive to having double stigmatisms in your eyes.
Yeah, I have the same. I have astigmatism in both eyes, and I had to wear the toric lenses. Yeah.
Yep. Does anyone know how much dailies cost?
Couldn't tell
Dailies
you.
are the cheapest ones, I think. I think that's the cheapest way to go. I know I usually pay for a year's worth. I'll pay like, well, the prices fluctuate, but I think it's usually $170 to $230, which is still
cheap.
cheaper than a pair of glasses. And I have that for
Tell
a
me
year.
about it.
No, you can get glasses. I get my glasses through Zenny, and they're 60 to 80 a pair.
Yeah,
I get my glasses
I've done that
for free.
before. And honestly, the cheaper ones hurt my eyes. I didn't get all because I get like the progressives, and I get because I need bifocals. I have multifocal lenses in, so I can see up close and far away. So I have to get progressive lenses, and then I have to get the tint on them, and I get the darkest tint I can because my eyes are so sensitive. And then bifocals. And
well, I get my glasses for free, so it's not.
Well, of course you do. You don't live here.
Yeah, I don't live there. Yeah, we've got healthcare.
I have.
Although,
to be fair, so the company I work for now has merged with one of the top 3 healthcare providers in the nation.
Yeah.
Okay, and they still. I mean, my coverage is golden. I have this great healthcare coverage, and I spend about $150 a month. Not too bad, right? Not too bad. But it doesn't cover shit.
What? Hang on.
My company I work with.
Well, then how can it be a good policy?
It's an Aetna. That's like.
I know Aetna very well. Unfortunately, yeah.
Yeah.
I went in to get I worked for these people. I went in to get contacts and a prescription for contacts, prescription for glasses, and had to get, they do the test, check for blah, 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 and all that. I ended up spending over $100. I shouldn't have to pay like $30, $40 for that.
I forget what they call the system where you have Medicare, but you get the insurance through somebody and you file through them instead of Medicare, and then they send it on the Medicare and all that other bullshit.
Oh, okay.
Aetna serves me with that one. The only way I made the co-payments on the biopsy that I had to have last year was through the generosity of friends.
Yeah, I believe it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. See, while I say we've got better healthcare, the only part of glasses and contacts are actually covered under our national healthcare. I actually pay a little bit extra for private healthcare to cover me fully. But even
okay.
I mean, my extra
that's not even an option here. You can't get them covered. Yeah. You're always going to pay something here.
Yeah. So my extra coverage costs me. My extra coverage costs me about $80 a month at the moment, but that covers me for a private room in a hospital.
Yeah, well, to its credit, here in Minnesota, I've got something like what Diana was saying, that I'm actually on Health Partners, but it is subsidized by the state. And it did cover me getting a free pair of glasses a couple of weeks ago.
I was on
Oh, you system. Lucky piece of shit.
I was on that.
You get one pair of glasses every 2 years.
Glasses every year.
You should be getting your eyes checked at least once a year until you get older, and then you might want to go to twice a year.
Yeah.
And
wait, what planet do you live on again, B?
Yeah, that's 2 years. You're damaging your eyes for a year to year and a half at that point.
Oh yeah.
My last eye exam and glasses were 3 years ago.
Yep.
It was in my birthday in 2017. I cannot afford anything else. What my problem is, you're wearing the bifocals. I tried both bifocals. They gave me neck pain because I'm like this trying to do this the computer screen, and I can't. So I have to have 2 pairs of glasses.
Yep.
Yeah, that's why
when I did that, they were $250 each.
Oh,
so
no!
I'm paying $500 for 2 pairs of glasses.
Oh no! For my readers, no. I go to Walgreens and buy their $10 throwaways, and they work just fine. And I wear them over my regular glasses.
I actually have bifocals.
Okay,
but
your vision is that good. Okay.
Yeah.
No. I'm legally blind without my glasses.
She said
and-
she wears them with her regular glasses
Yeah.
because she has older glasses to catch them up. She wears the cheapos over top of them.
Yeah. Well, I've
no,
got
I
bifocals,
just
but
buy
for
my,
me,
I
they're
just
like
buy my prescription single vision.
Yeah.
Because I
they're
don't want
like
to
long
spend the money.
distance and mid range. That for doing anything close up, I wind up having to take my glasses off and just hold it real close.
Yeah,
Yeah, well,
that's
that's not
me.
have to do anymore. I mean, these are my reading glasses right now, and I can actually wear them out on the street for distance. Because more than once I've forgotten to switch to my other pair here, and I can see just fine, and that's how my prescription has changed since 2017. And
Yeah,
I cannot afford to get the glasses and the checkups and everything that I need. No, can't do it.
Yeah.
Move here.
Your health system sucks.
Oh yeah,
Oh, we know.
absolutely.
Yeah, we know.
Well, and it varies a lot state to state, and it sounds like Diana's state is particularly bad. One of the things I keep telling her to move to Minnesota, the health coverage would definitely be better here.
Excuse me, dear. I'm not going to live long enough to move to Minnesota. Okay.
I think if you get better health coverage, you might get a couple extra years out of it.
The UK system sucks too because their public health system is so underfunded that their waiting times for most of the stuff that's covered is several years for a lot of things. So the UK national health system is fucked because of lack of fundage.
Hello, UK person.
That's what the
bullshit.
Republicans
Yeah,
or the Tories.
it's not bullshit. It's the truth.
Have been doing there is they come in, they cut the budgets of things, and then they complain about how terrible this program is. So we have to get rid of the program because it's bad.
Yep.
When they caused the whole problem to begin with.
Yeah. I mean, I agree with you, Stu. Your stuff is covered. Yeah, National Health Service pays for just about all your medical stuff. It's cool in that sense. But the waiting times on for a lot of things, for a lot of patients, are horrendous if you don't have private cover.
It's not true.
I've actually heard.
True.
I've heard other people in the UK say that's largely a myth. That they really don't have the long waiting times that everybody talks about.
I want to comment on this. This is not true. Transgender people have to wait 3 to 5 years to get their first appointment to see a doctor about it.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's the same for anyone else. The mental health system in the UK is knackered. But
I've heard stories about that. Yeah,
there are so many other avenues where there's just a complete lack of funding in certain areas. It's not all of it. I mean, if you've got a normal run of the mill, you want to go see your doctor because you've got a cold or it's an emergency life-threatening situation, fine. The NHS is fine for that. But anything outside of that, it's so badly funded that there's huge wait times.
Oh, it's a good job I'm wearing my red hat. I'm going to keep quiet.
Is that red?
Yeah, it's red.
I'm not going to have an argument with an Aussie because I'll lose. I should be so lucky.
I was on the program that Purple was on in Minnesota, and they covered. I'm talking, and they covered 100% for two hips replacement, a broken wrist, and cataracts. 100%, every penny.
Wow.
Yeah, well, and they are good. I haven't had any copays on anything.
Now, Antra, when you say an exam and 2 pairs of glasses for $75, that's 2 pairs with the same prescription, right? Because what I need is 1 pair with 1 prescription and another pair with another prescription.
Sometimes those places will still do it, Diana, but they'll just charge you like an extra $30 or $50 or something for the secondary prescription.
Yeah.
So it'll be like 100 to 120 instead of 75 or something like that.
You can always crowdfund your new pair of glasses.
Say again?
You can always crowdfund a new pair of glasses.
We should do that.
No, wait a minute. No. I've gone with the bowl to bag. Just, too often. I really don't feel comfortable with that.
Well, it has nothing to do with you. This is Jen and I talking about it.
Yeah.
You didn't ask.
Yeah, we could just start one and then you got no choice.
It has nothing. You didn't beg. You didn't ask. We're just decided that maybe we should do something to help you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, if you're doing that, I need new socks and underpants.
Purple, can you kick the potato? No, I'm kidding.
I tell you what, could you crowdfund me a girlfriend?
So you're missing the point here. We want to do it out of love. Nobody here loves you because you don't love anybody of us. So why would we do that for you?
Jenny, you did say something in the side chat earlier about, for you to get a coat and boots before we get snow here.
I said I'm saving up for a winter coat and boots.
Okay. So do you have a link that people can send donations to?
Nothing formally for that. I don't have a GoFundMe going. If that's what you're asking.
Set up a Ko-fi.
Yeah,
I have,
Jenny, and that way you can always, if you need to do something like that, you can always advertise your Ko-fi, and then people can donate to Ko-fi.
I have a Ko-fi.
Okay, we'll put the link for that out.
Amiga has posted that.
Okay.
Amiga's posted it. Cool. Thank you, Amiga.
So
you have a Ko-fi?
Yeah. Anyway, you got somebody else who wants to hop in, Perps?
No, isn't anybody waiting now?
Because I might have to hop out because it's getting that time in the afternoon where I'm going to have to organize some other things. And I've got 2 other streams that I apparently have to do today.
Also, you have a very big left bosom.
What?
You have a very hefty left bosom.
Okay, that is a very strange thing to say to a woman.
I like
it's
to
just
just...
I
don't
it's just
hold
the angle I'm
back.
sitting. You're talking about my top, not my bosom.
No, I didn't mean bosom actually, but whatever. I've watched
Okay.
the videos.
He just likes saying bosom.
I do like saying bosom. This is
You've seen my videos. Well, I have been naked in a few of them, so yes.
Yep.
It's one of the most glorious words in the world.
Do you like playing with them?
Bosom is such a beautiful word.
I like my boobs.
I prefer
I've
the
never
word
heard
bosom
complaints.
because bosom makes everything in the world seems nice. When you say that word, you feel better.
That's because women have boobs, but newborn mothers have bosoms.
Bosom. Buxom. Anyway, I've got to go. So, love you guys. I will talk to you all later.
Time is.
Bye.
I'm gonna go too.
Bye.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Peace.
Bye.
Take care, ladies.
Thanks for having me on, Purple.
Bye, kids.
Yep. Bye.
Bye, everybody.
Are we losing everybody?
Well, I don't know. I'll go to bed eventually. I mean, it's 03:36 here, but
Yeah, we have been going 2.5 hours already, but
Well, there's still
Okay.
14 people in the chat.
okay. Hey, that's like pushing a record for me here.
Yeah, and you have more thumbs up than you do have people in the chat.
Yeah, it's pretty rare for me to ever have more than a dozen people in here.
I don't know. Must be all that talk about bosoms.
Let's be honest, they're here for me.
Excellent. I just killed a fly that's been bothering me for like 4 hours. The guy was just too fast to catch.
Is it the one that was on Pence's head?
It was a pence fly.
No, that was a trained ninja fly that was sent down there just for that purpose.
Okay.
Okay, but as a political candidate, does the fly get Secret Service coverage now?
I'm not certain. They don't like to talk about that.
Because clearly in that debate, the fly was the best at expressing the policies we need to move forward.
Yes, absolutely.
Did anybody watch the interview with Biden and Orange Boy tonight?
Oh, hell
No,
no.
I didn't watch that. No, well, I don't have television,
It
so
was
I didn't
marvelous.
see it that way.
If you go back and forth between the two, you'd be on Biden, and he answers these questions in this rational way, very calm, detailed oriented, science based, just legitimate answers that can be understood. And you flip over to the Trump one. Here he's trying to play mental games with Savannah Guthrie, who's a brilliant lawyer, and she's decided to go on the attack, the way she should have been for the last 5 years with this bastard. And it was just pathetic. She just shredded him. She absolutely shredded him. He looked like such an idiot. It was just a lot of fun to watch.
I think you've only got about 20 days left. Is that correct?
Yeah, something like that.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's to the election day. And then it's January before any of the people are sworn in, which in this environment is extremely dangerous, as we saw in South Carolina. I think it was 2018, where the fascist governor was voted out, and before the new governor was sworn in, and before the new legislature was sworn in, the old legislature changed all the rules to tie their hands behind their backs.
But that's state government. They can't.
Well, you can do the same. You can do the same thing federally at this point.
And technically, November 4th is just the popularity poll, because then it's like 3 weeks later before the Electoral College officially casts their ballots.
Yeah.
The thing is, I'm pretty much the only person who's not an American who actually understands American politics, and I think I'm.
What do you want, acid? Is that why you understand American politics?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm just high.
And just to clarify, Santi, today is National Feral Cat Day.
I think it's, if I understand correctly, because I've been listening to clever people who have brains, and legally it is possible that the orange one can do a boo-boo and become a dictator.
Absolutely.
Not without facing the wrath of the U.S. military.
That's written into your fucking thing that you're so obsessed about. So it's legal for him to do it. But
show me where in the Constitution it says that.
Apparently, it will not happen because the state people, the governors, is that what you call them? They won't allow that.
But don't forget, Jenny,
the governors
you're speaking, that you cannot have the piece of shit become a dictator by following the rules. Who is following the rules anymore? The Republicans change the rules to whatever they want them to be.
That's what I'm referring to. If he were to try to stay in office for whatever made up reason he has, the United States military is not going to put up with that.
I have no confidence that would be the case. But
they hate him.
Oh, yeah, no, Trump has pissed off most of the high military commanders.
I'm really shit at this, I'm British, but it all boils down to the Electoral College. And apparently, it's technically legal for state governors, I don't know, to do a weird thing that's not illegal, and they can swing the election.
It depends on the state.
I'm not
Well,
very
that
good
too.
at this.
It
I'm British.
varies from state to state, but the governor and or the state legislature decide who the state's electors will be. And they're supposed to pick them to represent the popular vote, although in most states there is no requirement for that.
Yeah, that's
They
the
can,
thing.
in most states, they can basically appoint whoever they want.
Yeah, that's the thing. So
And that's what Trump
technically-
is pushing for, that he's trying to get the
Yeah.
Republican governors to appoint electors that would be loyal to him. And I do hope when he's asking about this that they will remember the incident with the Michigan governor, that Trump has said that people kidnapping an elected official is an acceptable form of political protest.
So what I've heard, because I'm a dick and I'm a nerd, what I've heard is technically that's not illegal. That can be a thing. So the governors can do that, but it is pretty much 99% unlikely that it will
theoretically
happen.
it could happen.
There is
Although
a situation.
I don't think that many of the governors would risk the chance that it would cause a riot.
But there is a situation in which the election could be thrown into the House of Representatives if there is no majority, no matter what you do through the steps you take. You know, if there is no electoral majority, and then it goes to the House, and if that happens, you'll have the Republicans electing a president, because it doesn't go by the number of representatives, it goes by the number of states. And the Republicans, well, what am I doing calling them Republicans? They're fascists. The fascists have a majority of states, even though they do not have a majority of representatives.
Well, it depends on whether it's going to be the Senate or the House that's doing the electing.
It's the House.
Then
It goes to the House.
If it's the House's decision, there's more Democrats than Republicans.
The problem is this: it doesn't go by the number of representatives; it goes by the number of states. Each state has one vote, so the representatives from each state caucus together and then decide a vote.
Well, they're going to have to caucus together to decide the vote. Then I see a whole lot of votes never happening, because there's no way a Democratic House is going to stand for the Republicans to take it over that way. It's just not going to happen. It's going to be absolute revolution if it goes to that kind of process.
Let me see where it's written.
Yeah, unfortunately, if it winds up going to the House, then it only requires 26 states to vote for a win.
And what I'm looking for right now, contingent election. Here we go. What's the legislative basis? Okay. Contingent election process was first established in Article 2, Section 1, Clause 3 of the United States Constitution. It was subsequently modified by the 12th Amendment in 1804. It's that whole revolution thing. You'd be revolting against the wording of the Constitution. Well, don't get me wrong. I mean, we're going to have a revolution. I see one coming. And very likely within my lifetime. In other words, within the next year or year and a half.
No, you're wrong. You're absolutely wrong.
No, I think even most of the guys waving their guns around, if it comes down to it and the military shows up, they're going to be cowards and they're going to hide in their basements.
Then we will have martial law, which is
it's not. I mean, you guys are now doing your American thing. You're talking about tyranny and martial law and all that crap, which is all make.
That's what Americans are all about. That's all they know.
You do. I'm going to say it to you now. In fact, if I had money, I would offer a wager. You are not going to have a revolution or any kind of civil war. That's just fantasy. It's never going to happen.
No,
ever.
I don't think there's going to be an all-out civil war. I think we'll wind up kind of
There'll
like
be-
what we did with the Black Lives Matter stuff, that there will be
Nothing
rioting
will-
in several dozen cities,
Yeah,
and the military
exactly.
will be called in, and after a couple of weeks, it'll all be put down.
nothing will happen whatsoever. The people who are pissed off with what is happening will just relax and say, you know what, I can't give a shit. Because that's how these people work.
Yep.
You ain't having a revolution.
I mean,
No,
at this point, I don't give a shit. I'm not going to be around for it, so I don't care.
Times have changed very much, because here in this country, in 1989, we actually had a bit of a revolution, and we got the government to say, well, we told the government to fuck off, and that was the thing that actually happened. It will never happen again, because now everybody is so just lazy and shit. Nobody gives a crap. All people do is watch Twitter. That's all they do. Nobody actually gives a shit. Breaking news. You're not going to have a civil war.
I didn't say civil war. No. Nobody's going to be shooting at each other. The republic
gonna
is
have
dead.
anything.
The republic is not going to come out of this. No matter
No,
what
no.
happens, the republic will not survive.
The thing is, you're not going to have anything. If he gets in, if he gets in for a second term, what's going to happen? I'm going to tell you now, nothing. Nothing will happen. You guys will not be out on the streets with your boom boom sticks, reclaiming your fucking, whatever you call it, your Second Amendment right, and all that shit. You're not going to be doing it. It's all bullshit. It's not going to happen. It's all make-believe. It's not a real thing. I'm getting in trouble.
I didn't say people are going to be shooting at each other.
No, but I get that. I know you're not saying that. I apologise. I appreciate that a lot of people in America land are very pissed off with what is happening. And yeah, what do you do about it? I don't know. The only answer is vote. It's as simple
No,
as
that's
that.
not even that. No, that won't work. The fascists have all the cards. I mean, for the past 10 years, they've screwed up the operation of government. It's not going to get fixed with an election.
Well, this election does have the potential for the Democrats taking over both houses of Congress.
That's a very good
So
word
nothing's
there.
going to get changed right away, but they could at least start reversing it.
That is a very good word, and that, in all honesty, that's all you've got, potential.
It's also important to remember that most of the crap that Trump has done, he's done through executive order. And executive orders expire when you leave office, essentially, because the new president can just write an executive order the next day and change it.
Yeah. Most of the
No.
executive orders didn't really do anything either.
No, but the court packing's dead.
Yeah, that's
what's going
to
on
hurt
right
us for a
now.
long time.
The thing is,
The federal
from
courts,
what
the
I
Supreme
see-
Court, are lost for at least 50 years.
From what I see, according to the polls, the orange person is pretty much dead.
I don't. I'm not going to believe it until I see it. But you remember 2016?
Yeah, I know.
Remember how Clinton was ahead? Yeah,
well,
okay.
and the big
Yeah.
thing is going
It's
to
close,
be,
but
do the Democrats actually get people out to vote in significant numbers? And are all the ballots going to get counted properly?
Right.
Those are the two big questions.
And if the Democrats, no, if the corporatists get nominal power, what will they do with it? And my contention is nothing good.
from what I can see, from as an outsider, there are, and bear in mind, I see a different. I get my news differently than you do.
Yeah, you get it from reliable sources.
And I can see that you guys, you Americans, are making a fucking concerted effort to go out and vote. You know, you've got that problem with waiting in queue for 8 hours and all that shit, which is baffling to us. But there is, from what I see, there's a concerted effort for people.
Yeah.
They are making an effort to go out and do something. And I would say to you, kill me if I'm wrong, they're voting not necessarily for something, but to remove something. This is what I'm seeing.
Because the Republicans have been too obvious about the voter suppression, it really has gotten minorities, especially blacks and Hispanics, revved up about it. Trump won with the evangelical vote, mostly a lot of the Southern religious people. But he has pissed off the black women particularly. And that's a big block of that vote that he had gotten before. He now also has done some stupid shit about saying Biden is too old to vote. So he's pissed off the elderly. And if he's pissed off the blacks and the elderly, what are his chances he's going to take Florida this time?
Yeah.
That's 2/3 of the population down there.
Do you think we should nuke Florida? Or what?
No, just saw it off and let it drift.
Yeah, like Bugs Bunny did.
Let's just nuke Florida.
I'm pretty sure there's not 200 million people living in Florida.
But it is that. Correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm British.
You're wrong.
But oh fuck you! But Florida is like an important thing, isn't it?
It's a pretty big state as far as the number of electoral votes.
Yeah, Florida has what, 29, 26?
Something like that. It's a must win.
It's at least 26, yeah.
Yeah.
But it is a state that has, both for Bush and for Trump, was one of the key states that they had to win.
The other thing I'm hearing is that Ohio is a must win for Trump. Because if allegedly, if Ohio does not go Republican, Trump loses. Now, I don't know how.
If Trump loses Ohio, he probably can't take it. However, even if he wins Ohio, Biden still has a good chance of winning.
Nobody who has become president has not won Ohio.
No Republican anyway. Yeah.
Wisconsin is going to be the big question mark this year.
Yeah. Well, that's basically, if Trump wins Ohio, Biden needs to take Michigan, Wisconsin, and Minnesota. And at this point, Michigan and Minnesota are pretty much decided for him.
Let's see, who was doing the counting? I forget. One of the usuals that do these kinds of pre-election tabulations has already counted that Biden has 270 electoral votes.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I'm still afraid of the thing that if the Democrats feel the election's decided, they just don't bother to show up on election day.
Well, that's always a problem with Democrats.
Yeah.
Now, I'm hoping that the methodology of voting this time around will do something to that, where I cast my vote last week, so so many other people are voting early because they're doing it through the mail-in ballots and everything else. Will that distributed voting, if you want to call it that, increase the turnout? I certainly hope so.
Well, it will increase the turnout, but it's a question of whether or not those ballots are all going to get counted properly, which, of course, Trump and his crew are trying to do everything to prevent it.
Of course.
There's been these fake ballot boxes that have collected ballots, and even after the ballot boxes has been removed, nobody knows what happened to the ballots that were put into them.
Yeah.
And Trump's
the Republican
pushing this
Party
big
of California, where that's going on, has refused to remove those boxes.
Yeah. And Trump's pushing this big thing that the election has to be decided on election day. So any ballots not counted by election day, he's trying to claim would be invalid. Of course, there's absolutely, no legal status for him saying that, but is he going to get away with it?
Of course he will. He gets away with everything.
He won't.
This scares the shit out of me because you've got a wannabe dictator, and he's going to do every damn trick.
Because remember, this isn't Trump alone. When you're talking about somebody setting up a dictatorship here in the U.S., no, that's not going to happen. It's going to be an oligarchy, which it already is. It is going to be a system of government similar to that which was in the Soviet Union before the fall.
Oh yeah.
The fascist party will be running things, not one person. I mean, you will have the turtle man who will have a hell of a lot of more power than Trump does.
The turtle man, I think, as an outsider, I think he's going to lose his power.
I don't know. I truly do not know, because from what I hear, Amy McGrath is rather weak as a candidate. So I don't know. I really.
But
it would be great if he would lose his power. Yeah.
I'm a big fan of Anthony Scaramucci. You will remember him.
Yes, I do.
He was the press secretary for 11 days.
Yeah.
He was.
By the time he found out he was appointed, he had already been fired.
Yeah. He was a lackey, an arse licker. He's actually now a serious.
Yeah.
He's now a good person.
He's that guy who Queen wrote that whole Bohemian Rhapsody about.
Yes.
I'm not going to sing that to you, Jenny. Please stop asking me to sing songs to you.
Come on.
I know you want me to, but I'm not going to do it, okay? I honestly believe that he's an honest person now. And I listen to him because I just listen to him. And I think he's been a very genuine person. Rather than being an American, he just says how it is.
I think he is one of the Republicans who has decided that, no, this has gone too far.
Yeah. But he goes a bit further, and he basically says that Trump is a cunt. And yeah, I fucked up. I fell for the lies, whatever. And so I like listening to him. And, maybe I'm wrong and I'm a dick, but I tend to believe what he's saying.
Yeah, I think the information he's giving is reasonably reliable.
I tend to think so. I don't know, but he's not an American. He's not doing the American thing that you guys do. He's not bullshitting. He's being honest. No offense, my American friends. Anyway, I've just noticed that Aunt Jer is absolutely begging me for a cup of tea, so...
Well, and she's asking where you get your information from about U.S. politics.
That's a jolly good question. That's a good damn question. Not from America. It's my only answer.
Oh, sure. I tend to favor the BBC and Reuters.
Yep. Yeah, I like to listen to the BBC or the CBC at night.
Mm-hmm. No, I wouldn't trust American news with a plug nickel. Because there is no American news anymore. It's actually entertainment. Because I remember when American news was news, and this was in the day of Walter Cronkite.
Yeah, that's why I was going to say.
David Brinkley. Yeah.
Yep. Dan Rather and Jim Lear.
Yep.
I think we're on the same page.
And I don't think we've had a
because
decent political debate since Jim Lear died.
we're on the same page because I actually tweeted about this earlier. And this is a British thing, so I'm not going to bore you with it, but one of the news channels that we have over here spent 20 minutes, would you believe, talking about an important matter. Think about that. Yeah. 20 minutes.
Here, you're lucky to get 20 seconds.
Yeah, exactly. Not 2 minutes or 20 seconds. Yeah.
And that's a big part of the problem, is that most Americans have such a short attention span. And that's why it's all the buzzwords, because any message that takes more than 15 seconds, people have tuned out already.
Yeah. And that lack of attention, it's all by design, really.
Yeah. Well, and it absolutely prevents there being any nuanced position. That's why everything's so polarized.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to answer Aunt Chair there. The thing that I was watching was not about politics. It was about the COVID situation, because there's a big thing happening over here in the UK. Excuse me. There's a big thing happening over here in the UK. There's a big thing about the COVID, and it's like really big, and it was covered for like 20-25 minutes on the main news broadcast from this channel. And that's not a thing that you would see on the BBC, even though you guys think that it's impartial. You won't see that.
They're not necessarily impartial. They're just better than the US news outlets. Come on.
Yeah. We've got a lot of problems with the BBC news side of things over here. A big problem.
BBC has lost all credibility with me. They've decided to jump on the gender critical turf bandwagon.
Yeah, I don't know how they wound up going down that slant, but they have not been handling that stuff very well at all.
I'm not going to bore you and lecture you, but BBC News has always, for like 100 years, been the most reliable thing ever. Now, no.
Oh, yeah. I understand.
No, I agree.
As I say, it's just a matter of degree. When I say that as bad as BBC is, it's still better than what we have in the US, gives you an idea of what we've got here.
Okay, I have to put my headset down for a couple of minutes, so everybody behave.
Why?
Oh, do I have to
Because I
behave?
still want to have a channel when I get back.
Tell me when he's put his headset down.
I'm putting it on the speaker so I can still hear you.
The love. You know I'm going to sing.
Oh my, you're gonna get purple copyright strike? Is that the way it works?
Why not?
You already got me partially blocked with the proms.
Oh gosh. None of my streams make it. They all get deleted, so.
Well, actually, I partially blocked myself on what was it, Tuesday, with my closing, because I had uploaded it to check and see if there was any problem, and they didn't indicate that there was any problem. So I played the closing, and I guess the music that closed was blocked in some jurisdictions throughout the world, including the UK, by the way, but it's was not blocked in the US. So I guess if I use it at all again, I won't use it very much. And it was a great theme to close with too. Damn it! Yeah,
some of my
still
best streams have been where I sang, but they're all gone. I'm a good singer. Oh, thank you, Robert X.
Oh, okay. So Alcher wants to know how to send someone a link to an ABBA music video. Stool.
Sorry, I just got distracted. Very rude of me.
Stool, I got a question for you. Why are the English too stupid to drink Earl Grey?
Oh God, you bore me. So in side chat, I've been asked about ABBA. I'm joking, Jenny. I love you. I don't know the answer. I really don't. Whatever the question you asked, I don't know. I don't care. I live in the UK and it's shit.
Yeah, Spooky's got it. Spooky says Stool streams get pulled down for his constant tits and bumps chatter.
This is very true, yeah.
They've got you on watch. Yeah, there you are.
Yeah, my stalkers. I love my stalkers. I really love my stalkers. Spooky's my favourite stalker.
I'll tell you, I had to take the headphones off because after a while they kind of start hurting. So I'll put them back on if we get feedback, but I won't worry about it otherwise.
Oh, I'm gonna raise a virtual glass to. My glasses don't work. Native atheist. I raise a glass to you, my friend. Enjoy and cheers.
Oh my, drinking bourbon. I just can't drink bourbon anymore. I developed a learned aversion to bourbon. There was a Mensa meeting, a dinner meeting that I went to one Saturday. Before I went to that meeting, I waxed my car. No, I really did apply turtle wax to my Mustang, okay? But the fumes from the car wax, I guess, started getting to me. And when I was at the meeting, I ordered a Manhattan. And the Manhattan on top of the car wax fumes, I ended up
What is a Manhattan?
It's bourbon and vermouth.
What wax were you using? I have never heard of car wax with any kind of toxic vapors.
It was, if I remember correctly, turtle wax.
Oh, I find that hard to believe.
Well, it was definitely car wax, and this occurred in 1979. So the formulation may or may not make a difference.
Can I just say, I do not ever randomly send links to ABBA videos to people. So Aunt Jerry's lying. I never do that, ever.
The turtlenecks formula from the early 70s. There had been incidents of people getting gassed by it by waxing their car in a closed garage.
Oh, okay, I'm vindicated. All right.
Well, I've never heard anything about that. I would have to be rude and say citation, please.
Well, it was before the internet, so the citation will be a lot harder to find, but...
All I have is the experience that I had, because I ended up puking with the Manhattan on top of car wax, and since then I just
admit it. It was your fifth Manhattan that got you to puke. Okay.
Okay.
No, I had exactly one Manhattan.
Okay, I did
And I
miss
didn't
something
even
there, though.
finish it. That's the problem.
I heard Stool offering a toast to native atheist. I didn't hear what that was for. Although, coincidentally, I was pouring a whiskey as he was saying it. So what are we toasting for?
Oh, are we toasting? Okay.
You
Can
said
I
something
change-
about raising a glass for native atheist.
And this is cool. So you toast him now. Do it.
Well, what am I toasting for? What did he do?
I don't know. Just do it.
Native atheist said he's drinking bourbon. That's all.
Okay.
I think the people
This is
inside
crazy.
chat want to talk about
We
ABBA.
could toast that he's drinking bourbon, or she.
Is it real bourbon?
I don't know. I'm not there. I can't read the label from my distance.
Yeah, well, too
glasses
many
aren't
people
that good.
just call a lot of different whiskeys bourbons, and that's not accurate.
Okay. Here's to all my friends on the Twitters and to my favourite people, Crazy Cat Person and Purple and Jenny and me. You're
you.
all awesome. And this is not water. So, cheers.
Cheers.
Cheers. Yay.
I've only got water, so cheers.
But I do want to
I'm gonna
play
have
with
to
this
pour
thing
myself
that's...
another baking soda, because God,
I
I'm gonna
want to
have to
play
buy
with
that stuff by
Sideshot.
the kilogram now.
The sexy people inside chat are talking about ABBA.
Yeah, and I'm sure you've got a wrench here, so if you need to give somebody a link, you could put it in the side chat there.
Doorknob isn't Dancing Queen ABBA's only song?
Oh my gosh, it's Aunt Jo. Hey, Aunt Jo, we are very good at singing together, aren't we?
Jenny, Sloth Girl would throttle you for that. She loves the musical Mamma Mia.
So?
Well, I'm just saying you need more than one song to put on a full stage musical.
Yeah, well, a lot of people like Tommy, and I think The Who sucks.
Well, I'm not saying whether or not they were good songs. I'm just saying there was more than one. That was my only statement on the matter.
Did you know that Roger Daltrey has morphed into a right-winger?
Yeah.
He's a cunt.
Yeah, he is, and he is now.
He's an absolute cunt.
It's the one thing people can do in their lives that I absolutely will not forgive them for.
And it's a terrible thing, because when he was here, when Jeff was here, he took me to the hospital for the biopsy, and on the way out there, on the way to the burger place, on the way back, he's blaring Who, and you could hear it a quarter mile away. It was absolutely beautiful. Just one of those sunny day, loud music memories something I'm not going to lose.
Unfortunately, not all, but many of the people that we used to like, be it music or talent, whatever, they've turned into dicks. I'm not here, am I? Am I here?
I hear you.
I don't know.
I get scared when Crazy Cat Lady falls asleep. I have no idea what happens. There's a really bad thing when the people that we used to like and admire, be it music or whatever, and it turns out that they're cunts. That's not a good thing.
The unfortunate thing is that so many of the people I really liked are dead.
Oh yeah. Well, that's a thing, and that's life or death.
That's
if you
what all the
like.
people say. Yeah.
All the people that you grew up watching, listening to, and enjoying, they're mostly all dead.
I mean,
You're all going to die.
Basie's
It's on
dead.
your schedule, usually somewhere near the end.
Yeah.
I'm a big believer in the fact that the world went wrong when Bowie died.
Okay. I mean, he did have a great voice. He really did.
Life was reasonably okay before he died.
The world hasn't been right since John Lennon died.
Yeah, I'd go with that.
And before that, it wasn't right since Jimi Hendrix died.
There's something very uneasy and down to earth. Let's grow up and think about this. When the people that you've watched or listened to, whatever, they all start dying because they're older than you, obviously. And when they start dying, it's kind of like a little bit of your life dies.
Yeah, well, I'm already resigned to the idea that I'm likely to outlive everyone I know, so I'll have to die alone.
Oh, I don't know.
I don't know. It's just, it's a little scary because recently, anyway, I mean, you hear of the celebrity deaths and everything else, and they're my fucking age. It's like, okay. Yeah, they're 62, 63, 65, 61, it's like, Jesus, right. Yeah, what are you going to do?
Something I've noticed is that a lot of people of our generation, all four of us are in that same generation, are dying in their 70s. Like, it's almost like sex, drugs, and rock and rolls isn't good for you.
Yeah. So I will be
but the fact is they're now making it to their 70s. How many celebrities were dying in their 40s and 50s from too much drugs?
There you go. Yeah. Absolutely.
Not that many, really.
I'm going to have to do a pisser on this because I'm British, and a lot of the people that you will never ever know who these people are, but a lot of the famous people that we've always loved and cherished, you know what I mean? The people that we've watched forever, or no, whatever, they've all died. There's nobody left. All the old time good entertainers and what have you, they've all gone.
Well, life in the UK isn't worth living anymore. Diana Rigg died and all.
Oh, you're such a pervert.
Why?
She's not going to shag you.
She was very well. Of course not. She's dead. Jeez, what do you think? I'm sick. Don't answer
Dude.
that.
I live in the land where Jimmy Savile comes from, so yeah, whatever.
I don't know who Jimmy Savile is.
Okay, let's not go there. She was quite fit, though. I have to agree with you. No arguments.
I have a kitty who says I've been on the computer too long and need to wrap this up and play with him. Meow.
No.
I think you should let Kitty know that you have a box that locks. I'm sorry. You're a cat person.
You're wearing a chastity belt
Hey.
with a box that locks? What?
Sammy is my best friend.
If my mistress wants me to wear a chastity belt, I will.
Yeah, my mistress realized that it wouldn't have helped.
There you go.
Like I said, I've had some of the best sex of my life without taking my pants off, so the chastity belt just didn't get in the way anyhow.
What is this sex of which you speak?
Yeah, well, it's been 6 or 7 years for me now.
It's my right. It's right arm in this pointy thing.
For me, it's been what, 11? 11. Yep.
Yep.
I've got you all
Throwing
beat.
paper balls at Sammy is the only playing with the pussy I get anymore.
I got you all beat, even if you add your selves all together. So
Somebody said pussy, so I'm out.
Ah, so you're gay. You're repulsed by pussy.
you're gay? I didn't realize that.
Well, as soon as we start talking about pussy, he wants to leave. So that's the only conclusion I can draw there.
Mhm.
There's nothing wrong with that. It's perfectly fine.
I did not say any of those things, you bad people.
I tell you this though, if somebody were to throw herself at me, I don't even think I'd remember how to have sex at this point.
So I'm depending on the fact that it's like instinctual. So I haven't been studying.
I expect I'd be a bit rusty, but give me an hour or so and I'll be back into it.
I think you have to put the
I miss
stiff
the old
thing
days.
into a hole. I think that's what you do.
I miss the old days, 12, 14 hours, but no more.
I miss the old days when it was 12, 14 people.
Okay. Oh my! So yeah, at that point, you're not sure who's doing whom, right?
Yeah, basically when it's a pile of tangled limbs on the bed, you're not quite sure who it is you're working on.
You used a bed? We had the floor.
I'm not allowed to play my song.
Right.
So, okay. So, Diana, you got a strike on your channel from stool singing?
Oh no, it wasn't a strike. It was a partial block. There was one. What was that song you were talking about, Stool, that you wanted to play on my channel? From the Proms.
Oh gosh, no! I apologize so much.
Okay.
I love singing. I really do.
Yeah, but
And
this was a
really
video. This was a video that he did.
right. Okay. Yeah, that's all I wanted to know. That it was
I
actually
do
him
not
playing
do
a
this.
recording, not him singing.
I do not do
Right.
this with bad intentions.
Yeah. No,
I know. I like I said, I did it to myself a couple days ago, so don't worry about it.
No, I was, assuming that you probably could get away with singing as long as you didn't have the recorded music.
I've
Yeah,
literally
especially
got a
if you
song
sing,
queued
like-
up right now that I want to play, but I'm not going to do it. because
Yeah,
I'll get in
especially if you
trouble.
sing like Potato over here, couldn't carry a tune in a basket.
Well, that's why I figured, I could get away with singing because the original artist would never recognize what it is I'm singing.
Oh my, good old Colin Blow. It's been a long time since I've seen that.
Spooky is actually quite correct. I am evil, but not
Yes.
intentionally. I think songs are wonderful, and I want to sing with people because that's just what I am.
I don't think you're actually evil. I think you're more like chaotic neutral.
Okay, there you are.
Fuck you.
No, I mean, you don't do anything with bad intentions. You just kind of disrupt things.
Okay, that was not a compliment, but whatever.
Oh, calling you evil would have been better?
Yeah, chaotic evil. That would be perfect.
I just think that there are perfect times in a conversation where you should be able to pause and play a soundtrack from something.
Oh,
But
yeah.
we're not allowed to do that.
Well, I agree, and that's actually why my second novel probably would never get published, because I wanted to produce it as an audiobook with a soundtrack, that each one of the ships had its own theme song.
Okay, then.
But it would have been a licensing nightmare to get the rights to, a dozen different songs.
Yeah.
It's no big deal. Just write some original music.
That would require talent.
Yeah.
Although actually now with the internet community, who knows? I might get like Art Against Ignorance to knock out a couple of songs for me.
All you need to
I
do
don't have anything
legally.
to offer for stuff like that, and I can't afford to pay for it.
Yeah, that's my problem too. I don't really have anything I can offer that I can send over the computer. I'm very much in the physical realm of building things, so if I can't actually drive to their house to build something, it's probably nothing I can really give them.
You could always send dick pics.
Oh man, I tell you.
Well, see, then I've got to get permission from Dawson for that.
There you are. The one that really gets me is I have received unsolicited dick pics from other trans women. Like, what the hell?
I think I'm the only person on earth that has never gotten an unsolicited dick pic.
No, I never have either.
I get sent funnies.
I mean, people have asked me for dick pics, so I send them Richard Nixon.
Yeah, actually, I don't think that anyone has ever sent me, any kind of a nude picture directly.
Yeah, come to think of it, you're right. Same here.
Yeah.
I guess that's just one of the benefits of being butt ugly. That's why I've never gotten anything. Saved me all that money for all those decades to not have to go out on dates and stuff.
So are you saying I'm butt ugly, that nobody sends me pictures either?
Well, we both must be.
So you didn't receive my dick pics?
No, yeah, I did, but I didn't open it because you're butt ugly too.
There, Spooky sent me a dick pic.
Oops.
Yeah, there you are.
Stool ain't laughing at that one.
Spooky sent you an ASCII dick pic.
There you go.
Okay, I'll keep my eye open for that.
I just set it up there. It was in the chat.
I should probably get into this. I should do what Jenny does and do a coffee thing, and give me $2.
So now Doorknob Heads put up an ASCII docking. Great.
Yeah, Stool, you might as well set it up and put it out there. It can't hurt to just, post the link and see if somebody feels like giving you a tip, sending you $1 or $2.
I hate you.
No, I'm serious. I mean, I wouldn't set up a Patreon. I've got one patron.
No, you don't.
Hmm?
You don't have one patron. You don't have one patron. You have 2.
Oh?
I'm the other one. Check your email, will ya?
I must have missed that because I didn't see any email about.
Yeah, just a few days ago.
Okay.
So I think you're getting $2 a month
very
now.
wrong because
Oh wow, it's doubled.
Yeah, ain't that something?
I'm the
Yeah, I
idiot.
decided I would get generous. I'm also a patron of junk shops.
Yeah, I'm up to about 24 now.
Wow.
Although I am actually thinking at this point that I may have to cut back because I'll have to be making payments on my new computer.
Yeah, I was going to say your income isn't all that great, and it's I'm hoping it doesn't set you back for breakfast. But you're saying you may have to cut back, so yeah.
Yeah, well, like I say, my online stuff has still been going pretty good, although it's starting to slow down a bit.
It's a well-known phenomenon in the charity community that poor people give a much higher percentage of their income to charity than rich people do.
Well,
And it's not.
I've been watching in our community, of the credits at the end of people's videos of who their patrons are. And it's kind of like you keep seeing the same names, and the people that I'm sending money to are sending money to other people. And I think basically it's the same $20 is getting passed around until the entire thing is eaten up in fees on Patreon, and no one actually got any money out of it.
Yeah, I've heard Tria speak that way as well. Because with the fundraisers and stuff like that, again, it's always the same people's. But as you say, the poor people giving more of their income, and it's not necessarily only because the poor people don't have as much income. They're actually giving more in absolute dollars as well.
Well, the other thing that's well known in the charity business is that rich people, let me tell it the other way. Poor people tend to give to community organizations, to things that serve people's needs and ongoing existence, whereas rich people tend to give to their own sphere of existence. The opera, the performing arts center, that sort of situation, and which is kind of understandable, but if you're going to intentionally give them money
I'm
away.
reading side chat. I think what we should do. Robert X is a bit pissed off. So how much do you think Robert X would pay? He's not received a dick pic, so.
Oh man, I tell you.
What should I charge?
Sorry,
$5,
Robert, I can't help you.
Well, I think a dick pic should be, based on the quality, that it should be like, maybe $1 an inch or something.
There you are. That's going to work.
Okay. Metric.
But doesn't that make it a solicited dick pic?
No. That would be a subsidized dick pic, right? I mean, solicitation would be, please send me a dick pic, wouldn't it?
I don't know. I think
don't know.
hammering out an agreement to how much you're going to pay somebody when you get their dick pic, or
There you go.
kind of makes it solicited. What if your lawyer sends you a dick pic? Is that solicited? No.
Yeah, there you go. Well,
You know,
I don't know. It could be solicited, could be barristered.
Yeah, I've always thought it strange that in the US, hiring a solicitor can get you thrown in jail, and in the UK, hiring a solicitor can get you out of jail.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Okay, there you go, Jenny. It has been released on the internet.
I'm converting dollars to pounds and inches to centimeters. I can't be arsed with this.
It's about 2.5 centimeters to an inch.
I don't know. Is it about or is it exact now? I forget.
No, it's actually 2.54 centimeters to an inch.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
So actually, yeah, 10 centimeters would be about 25, or 10 inches would be about 25.5 centimeters.
Mm-hmm. Boy, I remember learning that a meter was 39 and 37/100 inches.
Yep, that is correct.
Move beep. I don't know if it still is.
Yes, it is. 39.37.
It is 3937. Okay. A lot of stuff has got redefined, and the stuff that really gets me is the way it's been redefined. It's circular now. For example, the ampere. I'm sorry, the coulomb is the amount of charge passed at a rate of 1 ampere in 1 second, whereas it was the other way around previously, but you could actually measure the coulomb. An ampere was a coulomb per second. You actually had a way to measure a coulomb of charge. Whoa.
You know,
I've been
Antje,
around that long. Yeah, what can I tell you?
I'm just gonna kill Antje.
Yep. A meter is 39 3/8 inches, which is the narrow gauge railway that in the U.S. they refer to as a 3-foot rail, because none of them ever realized it's actually a meter.
Do you know why rocket ships are the size they are?
Which rocket ships now?
Virtually all of them in the United States market.
Okay, why?
Because they're limited to size based on how big of a thing can you get through a railroad tunnel.
Oh,
well, yeah. That's why I asked you which rockets, because that applied to the S-1C and the S-2 of the Saturn V. It applied to the external tank of the shuttle. But for example, the S-4B, not so. That was flown on a Super Guppy.
Yeah, and the shuttle itself, yeah.
Well, I'm okay. I'm talking about a statistic that existed before the Super Guppy did.
Yep. Yeah. No, and that's the railway standards or the limits to a lot of stuff.
In the chat, type a number 1 if you know what a Super Guppy is.
I don't specifically know the model, but I know about what it is.
No, none. Oh,
nobody knows.
Really?
I know, but
my oh my oh my oh my! I tell you, they are fun-looking aircraft. They really are. And the pregnant guppy before them.
I saw something come overhead. I was in the landing pattern of the La Crosse airport, which is not a big airport. And something came overhead that I could not identify because there were too many trees and all I could see was the outline of it. It was probably 1,500 feet or so in the air yet, judging for where I was in the landing pattern. My first reaction was, oh my God, it's that that giant Russian transport, but that's a 6 or 8 engine craft, and this only had 4. But I'm thinking it might have been a C5A. It was just fucking huge, just huge. One of those airplanes that's so big you can't believe it flies.
Yep.
Mhm.
This
Okay.
off on a tangent, but this reminds me of something that the U.S. Air Force had Project Blue Book for investigating UFO sightings.
Okay, yeah.
Well, and one of the ones that was left on the books as being unexplained was a landing in Ohio that somebody had reported this craft landing and a vehicle coming out of the craft, and they had tracks from it. And they went and made casts of the tracks, and the only thing that the Air Force could match those tracks to was a Soviet tank.
Ooh.
So what was a Soviet tank doing in Ohio in 1963?
Giving birth to John Kasich.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's one that was almost believable, that being from another planet almost made more sense.
Well, I don't know. Could somebody have defected with this tank and then the Air Force flew it into Wright Pat?
No, it had just landed in the middle of a farmer's field and left these tracks.
Oh. Okay. And then there's this kitten over here. This 4-year-old kitten. Yeah, you. You see how what's the word, abused this kitten is, right?
Well, severely neglected.
Yeah. Oh, I like it, Doorknob. We had Project Blue Balls for investigating incel sightings.
Very good, Doorknob.
Oh, yeah, Jenny, I tend to forget that you don't see the side chat.
Oh, my. 11-ish. You get worried, Archer? Because 11 isn't exactly ancient, but it's not exactly spring chicken either.
Yeah.
And as they get older, you begin to worry a little bit, and when's going to be the time and all that shit.
Yeah. Well, if what the shelter told me was accurate, and this is assuming that the people who dropped him off gave them accurate information, that would mean Sammy's probably going on about 10 now.
Okay.
Because they said that he was 6 when I got him.
Don't cats usually live for like 15, 20 years, though?
Well, my Miranda died at 15.
Yeah, most of mine have been teenagers, although a lot of people seem surprised when I tell them that for a lot of people, it seems that 11 or 12 is about as long as they've had most cats live.
Oh, my. And this is the interesting thing. Miranda's littermate, Ariel, the one who bonded to my ex, lived to 19 with chronic kidney disease for the last 3 years of her life, I think it was, 3 or 4 years. So I was totally amazed that she made it to 19.
Yeah, and Aunt Jura, as far as checkups and vet stuff, where I'm living now, we've got the Banfield pet hospitals, which offer insurance plans for pets. So at this point, Sammy has better medical insurance than I do.
It's not difficult in the U.S.
Yeah, because he had an ear infection after the move when we got here.
Oh my.
He had an ear infection, and basically it wound up being cheaper for me to put him on the health plan for a year, as opposed to what the checkups and follow-ups and the medicine would have cost without it. It was really significantly cheaper for me to wind up just buying him the insurance for a year and getting the discounts and everything.
Yeah, I worry with the little one here, because I'd be hard pressed if anything happened, to be able to afford to have decent care for her. And I
Yeah.
know there are going to be people who say, "Well, you shouldn't have a pet then." And it's sorry, guys, but with my situation at this point, for companionship in the same room, she's all I've got.
Yep. Well, and that's why I was saying that, Sammy's really my best friend here. So.
Mm-hmm. And I do sometimes wonder if I'm as good to her as I should be, but.
Well, you did find her being homeless.
Yeah.
So, by any way anybody wants to stretch it, if you hadn't taken her in, she probably would have been dead years ago.
Probably, yeah.
So what you're giving her is definitely better than the alternative life she would have had.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Considering that I'm guesstimating that she was about 12 weeks old when I took her in, and she had nobody to show her the kitten ropes, the feline ropes. So,
yeah. And with raccoons and skunks and all around that area, she probably wouldn't have made it through her first year.
You got it, because the dumpster in the back of the building was full of raccoons. There was at least one raccoon family there, if not more than one. Yeah.
Oh man, you could set a trap. Raccoon is delicious.
I've never had raccoon. I've had rattlesnake. I've had turtle. Venison, of course. I love venison. Oh my word.
Hey, being a pet is a really sweet gig if you can get it.
Well, as long as you get a decent human. Because, there are some people I have seen who regard their non-human animal companions, who regard the non-human animals in their house as decoration, as accessories, that sort of thing. And then even worse than that are the people that I've seen who have the puppy, for example, and the damn dog spends its entire life chained up in the backyard.
Yep.
What kind of life is that? Really?
Yeah, Sloth Girl, when I was up there for dinner, was watching some things about, rescue stories about dogs like that had been rescued and rehomed.
Yeah. Yeah, and especially those that were chained up as puppies. The chain was never adjusted, and the damn chain is growing into the dog's neck.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Mm-hmm. And then you have these cat arses over here with the tails, and yeah. You kitty. You and that kittiness. Kittiness.
Well, that's also why, all the cats I've had have been either shelter rescues or ones that I had redomesticated from the feral.
There you go.
I have never paid for an animal companion in my life, aside from the adoption fees for the shelters.
Okay, then.
There are just so many out there that need homes and don't have them. And the whole idea of purebred dogs, I don't get.
Oh man, it's a standard thing.
Well, and why is it that people value in animals something that is illegal among humans?
Because animals were bred for their purpose and utility. Most of the dog breeds that came out at one point had functional reasons, like a rat terrier. Until to this day, is probably one of the best rat capturing animals that you can have, and that's a very useful thing if you happen to have a grain silo or something, or your life depends on what you store for foods.
Yeah.
What was it? A dachshund was a dog that was bred to be long and skinny like they are, so
Yeah.
they could get down burrows and attack whatever animal was down there. They were useful. They were useful creatures.
Well, yeah, but now it's been taken to the extreme, and very few of them actually do anything anymore.
And there are so many problems associated. The shepherds with the hip dysplasia, for example.
Well, that's careless breeding. That's you take
These are purebred shepherds,
right? But if you take
Yeah.
a shepherd from too close of a relationship, too close of a line, then you're going to increase your odds of that. If you happen to live in Pennsylvania and you want to breed your shepherd safely, then you go find one out in Arizona. So
Yeah,
that their genetic
unfortunately,
links are more likely to be very, very removed from each other.
Yeah, but nearly all of the AKC recognized breeds will be able to trace their lineage back to just a handful of individuals.
There's where I was going to head. Yes,
and that's
with the shepherds. There's what, maybe half a dozen.
Okay. Good night, Sam. And
me.
Yesterday I received the case that Sam bought off my Amazon wish list. So I have 2 of the 7 critical components for building my computer here.
Oh, yay. Let's see. Am I going to get anywhere here?
Yeah, that's, the thing that if they wanted the lines. Oh, Jenny dropped out on us.
Oh, my, because I'm looking. I remembered seeing or hearing somewhere the number of German Shepherds that founded the breed, and it was under 10, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, well, that's like, the racehorses.
Oh, God, yes.
Every quarter horse in the world can trace its line back to one of 5 studs.
Okay.
And that's just, there's no way that there is enough genetic diversity for these things to remain viable.
And what's even worse, I know that this isn't a horse or a dog or anything like that, but the golden hamsters.
There you are.
I'm back.
Oh, you had to go put your mask on.
Yeah. I was afraid of catching something from stool.
My understanding with the hamster fanciers is that every golden hamster in the U.S., if not the world, traces its lineage to a single breeding pair.
I'd heard something about that. I'm not sure exactly on the hamsters, but yeah.
But that's true with humans too.
Yeah, absolutely. How do you know? Were you there?
Well, as a matter of fact, I was.
The rocks were there. Ask them.
There you go. Honey, what are you doing and why are you doing it?
Oh.
You is a kitty.
But yeah, cats have largely avoided that. They haven't gotten bred intentionally as much as dogs did.
Right.
Well, cats, the first actual breed of cat was the Siamese. And that didn't happen until like 1800s or something like that. Cats have only been bred selectively to, create Maine Coon cats and stuff like that for like the last 100 years.
Yep. Well, it is kind of an interesting difference in anthropology, the way dogs were domesticated as opposed to
Oh,
we never
yeah.
really domesticated cats. They more like domesticated themselves.
Well, if anything, kitties domesticated humans.
Yeah, well, cats just basically realized that once agricultural societies tried storing grain for seasons, that there'd be a lot of rodents around, so they started hanging around.
Yep. Is that what you were doing? Is you were looking
I have
for
had the theory that
rodents?
humans probably could not have gotten to the point we were at of, basically becoming the dominant species without dogs.
True.
And I think, well, one of the biggest key factors in that is to develop higher intelligence for the bigger brains and the advanced cognitive thinking. You need longer periods of sleep. And we were only able to get that with dogs to stand guard while we slept.
Oh, well, that too.
I think humans were already the dominant breed on the planet by the time dogs came around.
Well, we were definitely on our way there because we, had some basic tools and spears by that point.
Well, if I remember,
But I think a lot of that also had to do with, humans and dogs learning to hunt cooperatively.
yeah, and that's the really, really interesting thing. If I remember correctly, the only two species that hunt the way humans and dogs do are humans and dogs.
Yeah. Again, I don't know how they'd find the evidence to prove it.
Lions are the only cat that hunts in organized packs.
Oh, that's not true. I've had cats who hunt cooperatively. Cloudy and Tasha, one was my ex's cat, one was mine when I moved in with her. And inside the house, they couldn't stand each other. But when they went outside, one would lie in a bush, the other one would circle around the neighbor's hedge and chase the birds out of the hedge toward the one that was laying in waiting. And then they'd trade places.
Okay, then.
So they were definitely hunting cooperatively.
Well, maybe those two were, but as a species, they just don't do it.
Well, I'm just saying that, if I saw it just in those two, I would be surprised if that wasn't happening in feral colonies as well. Cats that had been living together for several years. I'm not the only one who remembers Popples.
Who, what, where?
Aunt Jer was talking about her fur baby, holding him like a popple. You remember Popples?
No.
Oh, they were stuffies, I guess, like in the 80s and 90s, that it would be one animal and you could turn it inside out and then it would be another animal.
Oh.
Ew. Okay.
Except, if they developed asthma, then you had Wheeze Goes the Popple.
Okay, then.
Boy, that really sucked, Purple.
You know how many years I've had that joke in my head trying to find a place I could use it?
Should have kept it in there. Locked up and thrown away the key.
Yeah, this one will let me cradle her from time to time. Miranda, especially when she was younger, she would fall asleep cradled in my arms like that, upside down. And then I would start eating her ears, and she'd get pissed off at me. Doing okay, this is a kitty ear, and you do it.
Yep.
Yeah. What are you doing, you stupid fucking human?
Well, when I was
what
being,
I'm thinking too. What are you chewing on a cat's ear? What?
Yeah. When I was being a nanny for a little one, for an infant, I had one of those Snuggie sacks, to carry the baby around.
Okay, I think I know what you're speaking of.
Yeah. Yeah, but basically it was a sling that went over my shoulders and hung
I've
down
heard
across
of
my
that.
stomach.
Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah, and my cat Tasha loved that. That I would put her in there, and she would just sleep in there while I was doing house chores.
I had considered getting one of those for Miranda because the only place she felt safe was with me. And I was considering finding one, which finding the cash to get one, etc., was a little difficult, but that might have helped her out a little bit. But as it turned out, all I had to do was go on HRT. It was crazy. I think I've told this story more than once, but the people who take razor blades to themselves when they're stressed. That was Miranda. She would claw at her neck when she was under stress. The only place she felt safe was in my lap.
Yep.
But the darn thing is, when I began my transition, when I went on HRT, she stopped. She had 2 years with fur on her throat because the 13 previous years of her life, she was clawing at. Well, not 13 years. It started at kitty puberty. Amazing how that works, isn't it?
I wonder if she was responding to your stress level.
I wonder. I really do wonder.
I've had animals that did that. I got Sammy a backpack that the front of it is a transparent plexiglass bubble to put him in. Yeah, so far I've only used it for taking him upstairs to see the girls. But, after he's a little more used to it, I'm going to try, taking him for a walk in the park that way.
A friend of mine who lives downtown would take her for a walk in a baby stroller. One of those double wide baby stroller things.
Yep.
Yeah. And they loved every minute of it. And yeah, somehow something in the hormone changed her, affected her. It surprised the hell out of me because I called around, tried finding people who might know things, called the Pittsburgh Zoo, called their head vet. She had never heard of anything like that.
I've heard of cats having anxiety disorders like that they'd scratch off patches of their own fur.
Well, that she knew about, but what she didn't know about was being calmed with the HRT. I mean, it could have been coincidence, as far as I know, but it was just a little too convenient of a coincidence.
Well, cats do pick up things from people. I've definitely had animals that, reacted to my stress levels. And Sophia, one of my fiance's cats, I called her medicine kitty.
Okay.
And Sophia she would actually come and get me because apparently she could tell that my fiance was going to have an asthma attack even 10 minutes before she was aware of it.
Whoa. Okay.
So the cat would come and get me because she knew this was going to happen.
That is, yeah, I've heard of that happening, and I don't know how it works. I'd love to know how it works.
Yeah, I think it is something about this, that they can smell changes in your body chemistry. That would be my theory on it. I'm not sure exactly what fell-away is.
Well, your odor and perspiration changes for lots of different reasons, and it's perfectly sensible that it would change for a disease state.
Yeah, FAMILEE is the stuff that Kate got for her too.
And they actually train dogs to be able to track down, to smell a certain disease.
Yeah, I've heard of that. That they've said that some dogs can actually smell cancerous tumors before
Yeah.
they're visible on the surface.
All the training is nose based.
Yeah.
Naprożnie. Oh, kitties are not stupid. Kitties are not stupid by any means. Then there was Winston.
Oh no! Oh no! There's snow squall warnings for around the Great Lakes.
Yeah, I was actually kind of surprised that we've gotten halfway through October and haven't seen any snow yet.
There's a hard freeze warning tonight. Did you know
hey,
that?
Renee. I didn't quite know the level of it, but I know that we've had frost a couple of days already.
Yeah, it's 37 right now.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't look like it's going to hit here tonight. They're predicting only down to 36 now.
Move beef.
Yep.
And all the way up to 48 degrees tomorrow.
Oh, yay.
Yeah, I don't think we've really gotten above 50 all week.
Well, they Saturday might get to 64. But then back down into the 40s and 50s.
Yep. Like I say, Minnesota, middle of October, it's to be expected.
Yep.
That's why we got to make sure you get your coat.
I just stay in the house.
Okay, let's see. Here, today, 56.35. Tomorrow, 60.42. Sunday, 66.51. That makes me very happy.
Yeah, you're getting all the heat.
Mm-hmm. I absolutely detest the cold.
Yeah, I can take the heat a lot better than I can take the cold. When it's cold and wet, my joints get stiff.
Man, I used to love winter when I was a kid, but I'll tell you, after that couple of years of being homeless, it kind of changed that.
Yeah, when you have an episode that breaks your tolerance to the cold, you really never get it back.
Yeah.
I had the same kind of thing that the cold didn't bother me until I got pneumonia one year. And after that, yeah.
Yeah, because this was the worst winter I had ever known. Was one of those winters. This was where it was getting down to 10 below for a week and something at a time.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm in it.
Yep. Yeah, on my homeless episodes, I never had to go through a whole winter.
Yeah, that was 2 years, front to back, that I had to do that.
What were you saying, Jenny?
I wasn't saying anything.
Oh, I thought you did. Sorry.
I'm amazed that I did not die of hypothermia.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it's too common a thing for homeless people. Well, it sounds like people are winding down, and we've been more than 4 hours. So maybe we should go through the thing here and wrap up.
Yeah, it's a little bit of moo.
Well, we got movie night tonight. You coming, Diana?
Yeah, I'll have to see if I can be awake for it. Yeah, now that I know that it's not going to last 9 hours, I can actually get through one. I mean, not that I had any problem with the 9-hour movie nights when we were doing them, but I'm just old and tired anymore, kids. What do you think, Kitty?
Okay. Is movie night all you've got going, Jenny?
You
doing anything with the sit down with debunkers or that?
No, not that I recall.
Nothing this week, huh?
No. There's a person in the chat who I won't mention it because we're keeping it secret yet. And we're doing a secret project right now, but we're just in the early development stages, and it'll be a while till it's out there, but it's going.
Honey.
Yeah, I know what you're referring to. So I'm looking forward to when you get that put together, but can understand that could take a while.
Yeah, it's definitely going to take a while.
Yep, and I'm just going to be doing my chats Wednesday at noon and Thursday at midnight, and probably not able to do anything else until I get the new computer.
Okay, then. What you mean you're not going to be able to do any more than general chats or those 2 chats?
Well, just general chats. I'm not going to be able to do any recording for edited videos until I get a new computer together.
Okay, gotcha.
So I've got some scripts hanging, but my current computer will not recognize my microphone, so that kind of prevents me recording anything.
What a great operating system.
Yep. GeoSam gave me some ideas, and I'll see if I can try to kind of restore the new one too, but I don't know whether or not that's going to work.
What would really be the pain in the arse would be you get the new computer built and set up and then manage to get the old one working.
Well, even if I do, the old one can be used for other things, but it really wasn't good for the video editing to begin with. It took me an hour and a half to render a 7-minute video.
Oh, yay. I know what that's like. That's why I built the other one. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So it was okay for live streaming, but it really wasn't handling the doing edited stuff well at all.
Oh, my.
And Stool dropped out on us without saying if he had anything to promote.
I don't know to knowing.
Just as bad attitude.
Yeah. So I guess that's about it then. Thanks everybody for coming.
Yeah, be good kids. Have fun. Hopefully I'll see you guys on Sunday. Kate and I will be doing our usual. And
yeah, I usually haven't been getting in there on Sundays, but I wind up listening to it later on in the week.
Move beef.
Okay.
Well, thank you for listening and stuff like that. I keep telling everybody there, and I'll say it again. Love to be appreciated, and as long as we're appreciated, we'll keep doing it.
Okay. Good night, everybody.
Good night. Good night.